Lamborghini, the real race is back. It's a beautiful Sunday noon, kind of, if you're in Europe. And more racing action is coming away with the APAC region, Asia and Pacific region today in the group stage finals here at Lamborghini, the real race. 2 races in store we got for you. That's a good start into your day, I would say, and will be a lot of racing action all over the place. To ensure that we can cover that proper, besides me, Renee, you might know me from the first season of Lamborghini, the real race, we also got Lee Smith with us, covering all the action right on track and right on stream. Hey Lee, how are you?
Yeah, hopefully I don't miss any of the action on the stream. That's what we got to hope for. We had a fantastic race last week at Spa, so I'm delighted to see what the APAC region's bringing today.
Yeah, brand new drivers, basically, because you had EMEA last time around, and also different tracks, as you said already. We have 2 today. One of them is Suzuka, the other one is Mount Panorama. So yeah, in terms of track choice, this will be great.
Absolutely, and we had a pretty wet race at Spa. I can see that it's going to be possibly a bit wet at Suzuka to start things off, which is, pretty standard. Every time you go to the Suzuka, sometimes it does tend to rain there, which can certainly make it entertaining. You can have standing water that can catch people off guard, and, racing in the wet can always be tricky the best of times.
Yeah, Suzuka, obviously that iconic Japanese track, especially first sector with all those flowing corners where it's not really easy to overtake, Lee.
No, absolutely. It's going to make a very interesting start, because obviously the first turn itself is fairly wide and can be too abreast, but once you hit those S-curves, like you say, that's when things will start to file down, in which case I'm expecting it to be relatively clean, because I think it kind of files itself down in itself, and then obviously you have a couple of hairpins in there, you got the big spoon curve, and then that long straight with the real fast, I think it's turn 15, the real fast corner that maybe you'll see someone trying to risk it. If you remember last season, we had some real tight racing there. I think it was Ogrodnikov, if I remember right, along with O'Hara. Epic finish in the final lap as well. Epic finish. So lots of opportunities for overtakes. So I'm really happy to see this one back on the calendar.
Yeah, definitely. The race that we had last season in Suzuka, they were great. And I think we had rain there as well for at least one of the races. So you said it already in the practice session that we can see currently there is rain. So let's see what we get for qualification, what we get for the actual race. But before we dive into any of that, we should explain the format and what will be in store for you today. So first of all, this is group stage final APAC region. That's where we are right now. We had the EMEA one, that was Kyalami and Spa-Francorchamps. That's done and dusted, out of the way. And now it's APAC with the race at Suzuka and Mount Panorama. But it's also now 2 races per track.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. So we have the sprint race, which is the 15-minute race, and then the feature race. That will be on Suzuka to start with, and then, as you say, then we move over to Mount Panorama. So we effectively have 4 races today. The qualifiers have already been set for the sprint race, but we will have a reverse of the top 8 from that sprint race going into the feature race. So obviously it makes it very entertaining for you guys and us, and also makes it pretty entertaining for the drivers trying to work the way back, especially the winner of the sprint race, see if he can work his way back to the feature race number 1 spot. We haven't had it yet. We've had a couple come close. Last week, Darren King was very close, but unfortunately, he got wiped out in both feature races. So while he was very close to coming through and getting the win, various things worked against him. But it can certainly make for entertaining racing.
Yeah, you said already the feature race with the top 8 being reversed. Also more points on the line, because 25 points in total for a win in the feature race compared to with 16 actually in the sprint race, and no points below 15th. That's a bit different in the main race. People score there until 20th position. 24 in total if we get a full grid. So there's still a chance to either score a lot or not score at all if you have these issues in the first few laps. We know how tight it gets and how crazy the racing action sometimes is. You said already last time one of the epic races was concluded in the last lap. Basically last corner before we went into that chicane. That changed the entire outcome of the race. And that is exactly what we expect for today as well, because it's not just the group stage final, but in general, this entire Lamborghini, the real race, it has a 15,000 euro prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the top six are all fighting for money, so I expect these guys to be fighting tooth and nail throughout the season. Obviously, we have a couple of races throughout, so we're starting off with the 2 today. We're going to have 2 more later on in September as well for the APAC region for the groups. That's just the groups, and then we move into the knockout phase and then up towards the finals. Oh, it's a big crescendo towards the end.
Yeah, not easy to get what you want, and as I said, it's 15,000 across all 3 regions. That's 5k per region, and then on top of that, that's not everything. We're talking about getting a contract or the opportunity for a contract. You might still want to say no. I have no clue why anyone would do that, so don't even think about it. But basically, you become part of the Lamborghini eSports team as a contracted driver to, the poster brand itself, right? We're talking about Lamborghini, the one that my room had like the Countach and the Diablo SV, obviously back then.
It was the Countach for me. It was. I'm obviously a bit older, but there was a picture of the Countach on the wall.
So I think that's a big thing for all the drivers out there. Talking about that Lamborghini eSports team, they actually have a trainer because they're new to the eSports scene and driving SRO, so we should kick it off and have a look into that.
Hello everyone, welcome to this hot lap guide video in Suzuka with the Lamborghini eVO2. We try to maximize our exit by going on the left and right curb. Stay on the left side just to have maximum speed. And now we start the lap. So first of all we stay on the left and we try to brake just before the 50-meter board on the left. So we have our first braking zone where we try to go in 4th gear and we brake again to 3rd. Try to make it go on the left curb here, go just on the right, hit the left curb again, right curb, 3rd gear, try to maximize the racing line again, try to stay here on the right side, just release the throttle again, go on throttle again, try to go on the right so we can maximize our exit here. This car tends to understeer a little, so you need to try to anticipate your acceleration as much as you can, but not go outside. Here we stay on 5th gear, hit the right curb, again 4th, and then 2nd gear, again hit the right curb, but to maximize your exit. And now we have our first overtaking opportunity. We try to brake just before the curb ends there. We'll try to stay as straight as we can in acceleration. Again, all on the right side, so we can maximize the distance. And now we have the spoon. We brake just before this black side of the track. But we hit the left curb, go all on the right. 2nd gear just to have a good entry, 5th gear to have a good exit. And we go all wide here. And now we have the most iconic corner of Suzuka with lots of side by side. And we try to go in 5th gear here, just a little brake on the left curb, go a little bit on the right curb, then try to brake just before that 100-meter board. We go over the curb, on the right, on the left, and we try to maximize everything to finish our lap in Suzuka. And here we cross the finish line, and that's it. See you guys.
And we not just get Giorgio Simonini to actually do a track guide for us, Lee. That's the cool thing about being in the show. We also get him live here, actually for a short interview. And I have to say that if I would have known before that you also get a cool polo shirt with the Lamborghini logos and all of that on, I would have signed up for Lamborghini The Real Race last season. That's for sure. Giorgio, I hope you're alright. Welcome to the show. So, Well, we just saw you driving on Suzuka. So what is it you personally like about this track? What are the major overtaking opportunities for our drivers today there?
As you can see, you are one of the esports drivers for Lamborghini this season. How do you feel about that? And obviously, what's your ambitions with the team this year? You've got a lot of decent teammates with you alongside you.
I will throw you a curveball here, Giorgio, because people couldn't hear you, as unfortunately you were muted previously. So I will start with the first question again, and we do that again, and then maybe this time we even get it better, right? So actually in the first one, I ask you, what do you like about the Suzuka track, the first one that we will visit today? And if you could give us a quick overview once again about the major overtaking opportunities, that would be great.
Well, I've already asked you how it is to drive for Lamborghini, and you kind of alluded to yourself. Obviously, you guys are in SRO, and you're going into Monza, I think it is on the 3rd of August. I mean, does the track suit the car, the Lamborghini? You've got to hope it does for an Italian track, right?
I just got told that they still don't hear you, Josh. This will be very interesting now, because I will try telling people what you told us, which was nothing I was prepared for, because I was obviously looking into the race that's coming up next. But you just said, obviously, with the track Monza, and Lee already threw it in, it's an Italian track. You're racing an Italian car, right? But a very competitive grid. But you told us that the Lamborghini should fit quite well. So we hope for a lot of points coming your way for the Lamborghini eSports team. You guys are obviously coming together new. That's your first season as a team. I really like that. And what I like to talk about next is the car. Because car today, compared to our previous season, which was all about GT3, this time we got the Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo EVO2. What are the strengths of this car? Like, what do our drivers really need to use to get those top spots?
Yeah, surely now you should be able to listen to me. But definitely
Who knows?
Yeah, definitely the high top speed of this car will be a strength, especially for the overtaking opportunities. Like the EVO2 has a very good top speed, so we will see that especially in the last turn, where you have this very long straight 150 R. So that will surely be a good thing. Although the car will suffer a bit on traction, so it will be key to be very cautious in the acceleration, because you will easily lose a lot of traction there, especially in the hairpin, where you just need to go from 40 upwards. So that will be, the main suffering point for the drivers. But definitely, the top speed will gain everything back, and we'll have some great action because of this.
The final question, hopefully they heard that one. Well, obviously, after this, we're going over to Mount Panorama. You've given us a guide for that, and you talked about, obviously, you guys won it in the ALSRO. What's your tips for these drivers today? And obviously, you know, are they going to be sending it? I mean, there's some real tricky corners, especially on that back section, going down the curves just before the elbow. You know, once you're going through that can be very dangerous. What's your tips for this track?
Yeah, I mean, Mount Panorama actually become one of my favorite tracks because it feels so emotional to drive through those corners, those walls. It's very, very fun to drive on. But definitely when you are in a race, especially in the start of the race, you cannot risk 100%, so you need to be cautious. Just give some margins. You don't need to push 100% because, you know, the wall is there and the race can finish because of that. And they cannot overtake you because there are walls. So you just take it cautiously, and then once you take the momentum, after 3-4 laps, you can start pushing. And then, as we know, we drivers, we just close our eyes and we drive like automatic. It feels crazy, and we have a lot of fun because of this, because of just not touching the wall because of 1 millimeter probably, and that is what makes us alive. So surely that's the key point of staying safe at the beginning, but then pushing at the maximum if you want to achieve well. But of course, don't never be at the limit of 100%, just 99 and you will be fine.
Just 99, you will be fine. That might be problematic to really hit 99%. I mean, we all drove, right? So it's not simple to do that. But thanks for joining us, Georgia. And I would say maybe now get already the iron out. Iron the next polo shirt of the Lamborghini eSports team, because we're looking for your new teammate, and I hope you're ready to see some good racing action.
Yeah, indeed. We are really looking forward for another strong teammate. So good luck to all the drivers out there to showcase themselves, as we'll all be watching, and can't wait, to know the next one.
Thank you very much. And yes, we cannot wait, and we shouldn't actually, right? We had already a lot of talking around this, and let's talk instead about the drivers that we will see in today's competition, because I can see them. They're just getting used to still the rain on the practice session server, and some of these names, they sound familiar to us, and the first ones I see are the top three. Andika Ramamulana, we saw him last season. Dalvish Singh, same there. Andrew O'Hara, big name in the previous season as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of returners, there's no doubt about it, and why not? There's prize money up for grabs, and some of these guys drove hard last season as well. I see Luke Rose in there. I think he was a returner from last year. And as you mentioned, Ramamalana, Davrish Singh, Andrew O'Hara. O'Hara was by and far the winner last season. Absolutely dominated the competition. Will he do it again? Well, we'll find out. Obviously, different race conditions, different race setup with the reverse grid, etc. A lot more to work towards. You can't just lead from the start like he did tend to last season. Lucas Burst as well, I see in there. Joseph Morgan. Great to see so many Australians, actually. This is a real Australian outpouring, effectively, this time around. Obviously, we've got a lot of Indian drivers in there as well. I can see 5 Indian drivers, so great representation from their region.
Yeah, we also got New Zealand, if I got that correctly. Adrian Garnham, which slightly looks like a different Australian flag. So I'm always a bit cautious when saying that, but
absolutely,
he should be from New Zealand. But I said already, Andika Ramamulana, 27 years old, and has all the experience under his belt already from the previous season and a lot of other sim racing competitions, because I think I casted on several other races where he was in. He will be fought by Devilish Singh, 25-year-old. And let's be real, last season, I think he was delivering less than he could do. And I really expect a lot more this season.
Yeah, absolutely. The drivers are in the warm-up, so let's quickly fly through these and get straight to it. Obviously, O'Hara, as you mentioned, by and far the winner last season, dominated it overall. But I guess we'll get to see what the drivers can do themselves on the track.
Yeah, well, will not be easy, especially with all of that rain. Hopefully, Fadli Rahmat can do anything there, because we know, like, when it comes to rain, sometimes drivers that normally top the leaderboard, they just don't. It's just, that's how easy it is. It is quite complicated being out there in the rain, trying to get the right line, finding a way to handle the puddles on the way, and less grip that you might expect per corner. Look at Luca Giacomin. He's also from Australia. And talking about someone being somewhere. We should be actually on the track and track site right now with the cameras, because I can see on my other eye, because like I have multiple basically on the server, that we are close to getting the race underway here in Suzuka for the first APAC region group stage final.
Absolutely, they're holding it. The green flag drops and away we go. It is Andika Ramamalana, the pole sitter, in the lead, but he's given up the corner. Luke Burst just blasting around the outside into the olds. Yes, that's a fantastic line around the outside. He's just took, slight contact, and there is a car going sideways further back there. We'll see whether that causes too many problems. They are going to get around. It looks like Ramamalana does hold it, though. I thought Luke Burst was going to do a fantastic overtake, but as I mentioned, once they hit those S's, they are going to start to file down to single file, and then everybody needs to settle down. It's in the wet, Rene. This is dangerous conditions. Things can happen.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that there Mulana already had a small contact. Nothing happened, though. The car didn't over-rotate. He catched it once again in the first few corners. That was good, but how good was that overtaking maneuver on the outside? How can you start that ice cold into the first race of today? I mean, just sitting there outside line, keeping the car straight, managing to even get enough traction to go around side of Andika Rama Mulana, now leading the pack. That is Beers, while we on board with Luke Rose, also someone that returns from the first season. He got Wesson right behind, but it doesn't look too easy. But in the drivers, you see that here, how cautious they are right now.
Yeah, and absolutely, and they need to be, right? As we just heard it from Simeone, that talking about, the first lap of Mount Panorama. It's no different here at Suzuka. You've got to be just cautious. You don't win a race in the first lap. You've got to make sure you stay in the race in the first lap. That's what you're doing. Yes, there will be opportunities. There's absolutely opportunities to overtake, but you need to be 100% sure you're going to get through there. Don't throw it up the inside and just pray. These drivers obviously very experienced. Some of this field is obviously been around for a very long time in driving. As we talked about O'Hara, dominant winner last season. He's going to know exactly how to deal with these conditions. Have a look at him at the moment. He's running in 4th place up behind Giacomin. So see whether he can get himself his position improved. Keep your eye on that black and red Lamborghini. I expect him to do things. It is the sprint race, though. He was very good with the marathon tracks. We'll see how he can do with the sprint, the 15-minute sprint.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, if he might not want to be further up, right? We will reverse the top 8. Being 4th is a great spot to be in the sprint race. Not that many points on the line, 16 lines for the winner of the 50-minute sprint race. And then after a short break, we straight into the 45-minute feature race. And maybe O'Hara is just like playing the long game here.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see whether you want as many points as you can. I got to feel that some of these top drivers certainly could work their way through the field. We saw it last week with the AMEA field. Some of these drivers absolutely are able to do it, but there is a real stacked field in the MEA. I'm hoping that this is going to be just as stacked here, and some great racing. I can see O'Hara might be able to sneak through the inside. That's Garnham, get his name right. Does sneak up the inside of Morgan there, so Morgan just losing it a little on the end of the S's there to be able to squeak through. And now they're going to come down to the sharp right-hander, and he should be able to hold that position.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh! What was that? Who was that going sideways there?
That was a proper drift that we had there. I'm just waiting for whoever drops down the order, because
I think it was Carter and Newman. I think it was both of them, right? Or was it Craig Choten? Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, it was Carter. Yeah, absolutely. Dropped all the way down to 21st. I was going to say, there's no way they recovered that. Both of them were going sideways.
Hey, I wonder if one tapped the other, because Tristan really went wide in there, and proper angle as well. So you normally don't get that sideways, but the rain is tricky for all these drivers. Hairpin now, Tristan Carter on the outside. Once again, not making it. Is he really struggling with getting any brake performance kind of coming into the corner there? Was just going over the front tires, not even rotating the rear at all. So it seems like
heavy damage there. Look at that.
Yeah, true. Like the front is really. I mean, that will buff out probably. Bit of polish in there, and then should be all right. But at least for now, it makes his life really hard. Look at the corners.
I'm not sure Mishra's car is going to buff out. That's talking to me from the bonnet. That is. That's. I can see there's a clear open gap there, so he is struggling. So now remember, obviously they don't need pit stops in the sprint race. They will have that in the main race, but we may see these guys hit the pits because they need some serious repairs.
Yeah, and I have to report, though, that Andrew O'Hara got a 15-second penalty Wonder how we got that one.
So that's contact, isn't it?
Yeah, like 15 seconds in the sprint race. That is major. He's a great driver, but it's not even 15 seconds between our grid currently, right? So he would really drop dramatically here in the sprint race, and with that also lose his great starting spot for the feature race. I really thought, like, if he stays fourth, that would be nice. But, contact once again coming out there. Who is fighting there? That's Luke Rose and Wesson.
Yeah. He's just lost out to Wesson, and it's looking like he may lose another one here. He's really struggling for it, isn't he? You can see them double stacked behind him, fighting for position, seeing if it's Hesse and Morgan. Obviously, Morgan's the one we saw go off earlier on, so seeing whether they can get past him. But he seemed to be struggling just for a moment there through the S's.
Yeah, I thought Hesse might be able to take both down there, but he stepped back once again. Might felt not that confident here in the rain, and it's all about keeping the cars on the road, because top 15 at least, they get points. So all of them are currently within points. You want to keep it that way. I think he opened up the inside. It just works out. It's like, obviously you have less steering angle. You can be on the acceleration a bit earlier around the outsides. Just you also have to cover more distance.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. This is the driving conditions they've got at the moment. This is Morgan. I saw him dodging all over the back of Heisse's rear wing there, trying to see whether he could get round it. But you can see just how torrential it is. It's a pretty tricky driving conditions. Now, I'm hoping we don't have a repeat of what we had in Spa. The sprint race was like this, and then the main race, oh my god, it was torrential. It was horrible for conditions for them to drive in. But the best part of that is, you kind of get to see the wet specialists. You get to see the guys that really can handle it. As I say that, Morgan's going to slip through on the outside here, or the inside of the turn 15 there. Is he going to be able to dive through on the chicane? No. That was nice holding from Heisse to position his car and block off the road.
It's just, look at how hard it is for them to even spot other cars. There's proper rain out there, and it only gets worse. I mean, the plus at least is in 30 minutes, and we only have 8 minutes left in this short sprint race, just to warm up the drivers, warm up ourselves kinda in watching Lamborghini the real race once again. I'm really glad that the season returns here, because due to the racing that we had last season, it was just really, really good. And we all remember Jordan Sherrod kinda demonstrating that you can have an entire season of just feeling super confident, not doing a single mistake. I think he did one in the end.
No, he had one where he got punted off by Benjamin Baumann.
True, yeah, Benjamin Baumann.
We had a good chat about it last week. Yeah, talking about it. He said he messaged me afterwards. He felt really bad. It was just like, obviously Benjamin Baumann. He was a young, 18-year-old Swiss driver, wasn't he? He was doing well in the season, but yeah, it felt really bad about it. It was like, oh, I'm really sorry, Jordan. I didn't mean to play you off. The mighty Jordan Sherrod, like, demanding respect, but he actually still came back from 23rd up to 2nd, didn't he? If I remember right.
Yeah,
in that race.
He did. He started all the way back and then made his way through the grid. But although that was a crash, that also means Benjamin Baumann was the closest one to Jordan Sherrod ever during that season.
Yeah.
So that's another achievement, but back to the APAC region.
Oh, Burst has gone wide.
Oh no, the leader's going wide. Is there a chance for Andika Ramamulana to make it through on the inside? There wasn't enough drive there. He also had to lift off a bit, because you don't want to go into Burst here that early in the race. I mean, talking about early, nearly 10 minutes now, but you want to keep those positions for the feature race, but he's now going for the outside. Can Mulana do that? Can Burst cover the inside? They're not touching. Mulana tries to cross over, but there is no chance just yet. He has a great drive coming out of the corner, though, but he's not able to get alongside for the chicane.
Oh, Burst is really struggling, though. It seems he is under the pressure. You know, he took Milana early on. Further down the field, though, Chang having a look towards Chung, see if he can sneak up the inside. He had, I think it was Shaquille that's up behind him as well, to see whether he can squeeze past. I'll keep my eye on that Milana battle as well, don't worry. We'll see what's going on there. Who is that diving out behind them? Off they go. There's a lot of penalties further back here, so quite a few of them having to serve those penalties, those 15-second penalties towards the end. So this is battle for points, as we said. The points go down to 16th place, so this is absolutely a battle for 1 point.
Yeah, they want that. It's the group stage finals, right? Every point that you can grab might get you into the next stage. You only have 5.5 minutes left in our first sprint race. Weather seems to be not get any worse. Wonder, though, if we get the same for the feature race, and if our drivers will adjust to it. There was a short yellow but nothing happened. Mulana still chasing Burrs, so no change up the front positions there. That is the battle. Lucas Burrs versus Andika Rama Mulana. But Mulana is all over him right now. Look at these amazing Super Trofeo EVO2s. Absolutely love the aggressive look, and it's even better if it's two cars chasing each other. Just really cool, and the chicane might be a chance for Mulana, but not getting it done there. And he had to have more steering angle there. You saw it. He was dipping into the apex, which means he can't open throttle that early without losing traction. And losing traction, that was one of the things that Simonini told us about what's so hard driving this EVO2.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you're going into the spoon curve, which they're doing there, Mulana getting a much better drive around the inside, just sails up the inside, beautifully done there, past Luke Burrs to retake the lead. I can see O'Hara also fighting hard behind him. Remember, O'Hara does have that 15-second penalty though, but that was a lovely move. We saw Luke Burrs go wide there last lap, so he had that in his mind. He's like, I'm going to play it nice and calm through that outside. And he cuts it on the inside. See if he can hold it through the Casio triangle here. Should be fine. Yeah, absolutely. Gets it done. Retakes the lead.
Yeah, that really looked impressive by Mulana. All out planned, I would say. As he said in the previous lap, he saw that there might be an opening if Burrs is not adapting his line. And he didn't here. And that gave Mulana a chance to go back in the lead. Let's see if he can at least create a gap. Half a second now to Burrs. That might be something to work with, and Giacomin is still in the background below a second with O'Hara right behind, but O'Hara has those 15 seconds on him. So can Giacomin close the gap, get part of this lead battle in case Mulana that Spurs now leaves him in the dust, kind of?
Yeah, well, hopefully not. I mean, there is only 3 minutes left, so we're going to get probably another lap after this, because it's 2:12, something like that, the fastest lap at the moment, which actually Rama Mulana set there. So, but look at the space he's leaving now. He's really sort of opened up that gap since taking over. O'Hara himself is still not going to be able to get past here, it seems. He's still struggling to try and get that position, that third position. Obviously, where's the 15 seconds going to fall him? That's going to tumble him down. Is it going to take him out of the top 8? That's the question. I think it might. It may be close. I absolutely think it's going to drop him out of the top 8, because if I look at 8th place right now, we can see they are all pretty compacted right back there. So you got who's back there? There's Morgan, Rose, and Heiser, who we were talking about earlier on. These guys all sort of compact together, and so 15 seconds. That's a long way down. That's probably down to Davlish Singh, I would say, in 12th.
Yeah, I don't expect O'Hara to be anywhere near a spot that might get him pole position for the feature race. That's with Yilin Heist that we currently have on the screen. If it stays that way... Oh no, it's not true. He would actually gain a position, so it would be Rose getting pole position in the feature race. That was my mistake. Sorry for that. By the way, Bird's still on just below half a second to Mulana, so Mulana not really getting away just yet. And Luke Rose... He probably knows that this is pole position, so do you really want to take 7th spot then? Or will you just wait it out and be like, nah, I'd rather start up the front?
Well, he's got to make sure he doesn't lose it to Morgan behind him at the moment. Joseph Morgan putting the pressure on as he goes. As he's sending it up the inside, he holds strong, puts his car in the right position. Joseph Morgan ducks in a little too heavy. That is definitely going to be a 15-second penalty to Joseph Morgan.
Yeah, that was not a nice way of knocking at the door here to make it through, and that will cost Rose the race here, and will cost him the pole position in the feature race. So you can't make up on that with 15-second penalty for Rose. That's for sure. It's like all the points that he loses now and the opportunities for the feature race. That's massive.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's put him down to 12th, so he's outside. He would have been in pole position. That was the pole position spot. As it is, I think Davlish Singh would have been there, because if we expected Morgan to get it, but Davlish Singh's got a penalty, so Garnham in 11th, way down here at the moment, who is actually challenging Davlish Singh, could well be the pole sitter right now, who's actually down in 12th position. So we'll see how it all shakes out, because I'm expecting to see quite a few penalties suddenly appearing.
It will be a bit complicated right now.
You know what? Hold on a minute. That may have just worked out for O'Hara.
You really think he will dive into the top 8 again with 15
I think he
second
might
penalty?
have, because Davide Singh's on a... Oh, I don't know. Maybe Garnham will take it. I don't know. It's just good. Maths. On-air maths with 20 seconds to go. It gets tricky.
Yeah, we shouldn't do that. We will just wait for whatever happens for the feature race. But it seems like very clear that Andika Ramanulana will take the first race win here in the APAC region. Last 10 seconds, just has to get the car over the line once again. And then he would get 16 points for a sprint race win. And that would get him position 8 for the feature race. But if it's raining, and looking at currently how he handles the car out there, that might be exactly what he's looking for, just more rain.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worked out well for him. He seems to be driving very well, and since he's taken over Luke Burse, he's managed to put himself a nice little gap there, hasn't he? And held it quite considerably, even catching up on the back markers as well. But wow, look how many penalties are out there. Here we go. There's Luke Rose getting the penalty in there as well. Expected Morgan to get one. We'll see whether that pops in before the end of the race or not, whether Morgan manages to hang on and somehow keep hold of that. Not sure how Luke Rose got the penalty. I gotta be honest, he was the one that was clattered into. Maybe we looked at it the wrong way round. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but pretty sure the Yetmans had a better look and they got the replays and everything. Oh,
Yeah.
Saddam's still fighting here. Chatima, can they make another move, or can Satam stay on 13th? When crossing the line, yep, that works out for him, but it seems like the chicane once again got very hot there, very heated up in terms of racing. So we got Milana, Birds, Jacomin, O'Hara, and Rahmat top 5, but O'Hara will definitely drop due to the 15-second penalty. But the big question is, would that still get him a position within the top 8? That would be incredible. Really, if he does top 8 with a 15-second penalty, then even has a shot at winning the feature race. Did not expect that, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it all shakes out when O'Hara, when they all go over the line, whether it's going to throw O'Hara further down. I'm going to try and keep my eye on it. It'll sort itself out in a minute once they all finish. We've got to just wait for Gartol and Mishra to go over the line. Mishra's 5 laps down, so I don't think he's going over the line anytime soon because he's in the pits. But yeah, oh wow, okay, lots of penalties. I mean, it is a wet race, so we're expecting to see something like that. You know, no drive-through penalties this time around. Obviously, we haven't had any pit stops or anything, which we will do in the main race. That's something to keep our eyes on in the main race, but we'll get to that when we get there. Let's talk about the great win for Andika Ramanulana. Lost the lead in the first corner. You know, that in itself could put a lot of pressure on a driver. You know, you're on pole position, you lose that lead around the outside of you on turn 1, which, you know, in itself can be a bit of a mind game for a driver. It's like, I've just been overtaken around the outside, the red mist could descend and away they go. But no, he sat it out, he drove a perfect race, saw his moment the lap before, didn't he, on the loop, and then went for it the second time around. Brilliantly done.
Yeah, I would say in terms of mind games, he was really strong. You're absolutely right. Getting overtaken with having pole position right on the first corner, it's a bit like, man, not that great, isn't it? And then staying calm and not forcing the overtake for quite a while. I mean, that was like, what, 10 minutes into the race? And then he took back the lead. So he waited it out. He checked Burris in his driving, his line, see how well he copes with the rain out there. And then he was waiting for just the right moment because it took him only one move. I mean, we didn't see the entire 10 minutes, but I think it was more or less just that one attack that he had to do that got him back in the lead. There was no back and forth. It was very well executed, and for that, he really deserved the win here.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. I can tell you that it shook out that O'Hara did indeed finish 8th after the penalty. So
that's incredible.
O'Hara is actually going to start, and I think that was down to the fact that obviously there was so much jostling going on there that it, you know, those penalties all came out. It actually is going to give O'Hara.
He can't tell me that was
pole,
planned. He can't tell me.
No, absolutely not. I'm sure he probably will, but no, I don't think it was. Yeah, but I guess we'll see. We'll see how that shakes out because obviously we know he's a top driver. Hopefully he doesn't run away with it. But I want to see what some of these other guys can do because that was impressive. Obviously, you know, great to see some fantastic driving from the front. We saw a lot of overtakes throughout that track. It is a track that offers the opportunities. There's plenty of opportunities for overtakes around Suzuka. I love it.
Yeah, and Suzuka will give us more opportunities to see good racing because we will return with a feature race. Then later on, we still visit Mount Panorama for the second race of the day, so don't miss any of that action. We're back right after a short break. break out of the way and back into the racing action with Lamborghini, the real race, in our APAC region group finale, I would call it. So because it's the best drivers of the APAC region fighting for points on Suzuka as our first track lead. We just finished the sprint race and was Mulana getting away with 16 points.
Yeah, fantastic race from him. Had to fight for it, wasn't gifted it, had to retake the position of Luke Burst, so very well done from him. It means he's going to be starting from that 8th position spot. We'll see whether he can do it now, whether he can fight his way through the field like he did in the first race. I can tell you, it is still very wet.
He might have it a bit easier in terms of overtaking because it's longer. Sprint race, that was 15 minutes. And now we got the top 8 reversed for a 45-minute feature race. We do the exact same later on track 2, which will be Mount Panorama. But first, obviously everyone knows that one. It seems like everyone also loves it. I'm not a huge fan of driving it. Love watching it. Not a fan of driving it, though. Might be my skills. I don't know. But first, we will go back to Suzuka. And you said it previously, we saw a lot of rain on the session. And it was kind of a wet race, definitely. And we saw drivers struggling with it. But Mulana, he did it right. Do you think he wants that rain once again, just to give him like the upper hand now on the rest of the grid, even when he starts from 8th?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw him certainly doing a fantastic job. Well, once he took that lead, he got himself a nice little gap as well. So absolutely has it within him. Just got to be careful on that first corner. That first corner, we saw it already in the first race. There was a couple that spun out on the first corner. We know it's totally possible. That's the only place I would say they've got to be careful, because once they get to the S's, it kind of slims itself down to a single file snake as it is. They don't tend to go too abreast, because you're just going to lose positions if you try and overtake in the S's. So generally people will be looking for that position. So it's all about the start. Keep a cool head on that first corner. Yeah,
especially keep all your wings and winglets and canards on the car, because we're racing the Lamborghini Huracán Super Trofeo EVO2, and with damage, we saw in the previous races, quite hard to fight and actually get any points home. And that in a 45-minute race, you might be able to do a pit stop there to repair, but still, it's lost time. You don't want that. And it's about risk assessment, kinda, in the feature race now. Like, how much can you push to get points, because there's still the Mount Panorama race, there's still a chance for more points. But if someone like Mulana, for example, runs away with a win in the feature race as well, there would be 16 points from sprint, 25 points from main race. That is hard to overcome in Mount Panorama. Like, he would need to not score at all there.
Yeah, we've not had anyone do a back-to-back yet. We didn't have it in the EMEA. We had a few close, but we didn't have any back-to-back wins. We had 2 separate winners. One won the sprint and he won in the main race in Spa, but we never had like a back-to-back. Someone worked the way through the field. It's tough. It's tough. There's no doubt about it. It's all well and good to say, oh, these are fantastic drivers, and they all are. But you're racing against other fantastic drivers, and generally you're not going to gain 8 places, but we'll see what they can do in 45 minutes. It's possible. We know it's possible. We've seen some close to it. Obviously, the pit stops could make a big advantage here. We saw undercuts worked very well last week, but on different circuits, the overcut can work well. If you remember last season, it was an endurance race here at Spa, Suzuka, last season for a 2-hour race, which is where O'Hara went really long. He went really, really long, and the overcut worked fantastically well for him. We thought he'd left it too long. Came in for the pits, came out and absolutely blasted through everyone. So we'll see what's the best strategy for this one, whether they're going to go in low fuel. They have to have tyre changes in that pit stop. And they also, last week, we had a lot of stop-go 30s for speeding in the pits. You gotta hit that limiter. We saw someone coming in for a flying overtake into the pits, and we just, as soon as we saw it, we were like, there's no way he slowed that down before the pit limiter. Sure enough, got himself a 30, and it ruined races. It ruined Darren King's race, who was doing very well. He was running in 2nd position, got himself a stop-go penalty.
And it will not be easier with all the rain on the track, that's for sure, because there's less braking performance for you to even make it to the limiter. And we had a few penalties being handed out on the sprint race already. I think in total we're like 6 or so, which is a lot. So let's see how that goes in the feature race, because it's a longer race. So yeah, you might be able to make up penalties. And we saw that in the previous season, actually. I think O'Hara got one early as well, and was able to overcome that. And that is probably my comeback story of today already O'Hara getting 15-second penalty in the sprint race and still being absolutely lucky that people on position 9, 8, 7 or 10 getting penalties, and in the end he is now on pole position for the feature race.
Yeah, it's Joseph Morgan we thought that was going to be there, but no, he's down in 9th, so O'Hara does slot in perfectly on the front of the grid. Incredible, that, really. Didn't expect it, but there you go. We'll see whether he can keep hold of that position. He's got Heisa alongside him, Wesson, Liu, Rahmat, who was the qualifier, the last chance qualifier, actually, to make it through. Giacomin, Luke Burs and Andika Ramamalana down in that 8th spot with the winner of the sprint race, and then we are back to positions as they were throughout the sprint race.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Andika Ramamalana passing Burs on the outside in turn 1, just to show him, like, man, I can do the same. Really. That was just you being lucky because I wanted to be cautious. I can get it done. And him doing it here in the feature race, I think that would be a nice start. But as you said earlier, the problem will be to even make it through the pack. Starting in 8th for Mulana, that is not as easy as starting at the front. Yeah, starting at the front means a lot of car aggression to go back, but still, it's not as bad as being stuck in traffic there, which is problematic. All that water spray that they currently have, everyone diving down to turn 1, trying to get more points here in the main race because there are more points on the line, that will not be easy to handle. And I just hope that everyone gets through, because what I want to see is this being decided in those 45 minutes on track, not in turn 1.
No, absolutely. So they just need to make sure the first curve is taken cleanly. O'Hara waits for the green lights to drop. He's not holding them back. He's waiting for those green lights. You can see them right there. Ready and waiting. Red, red, red. Stacking up, stacking up. You can see them just edging left, edging right. Who's going to get a best look? And the green flag should drop any moment. Now, there it is. Away we go. 45-minute racing action here at Suzuka for the APAC region of the Lamborghini, the real race. And Andrew O'Hara is the man that leads it at the start. But look at this. Is that Liu sneaking up the inside of Wesson already? Yes, it is. It's Wesson that's sneaking up the inside of Liu. They are keeping clean. I'm just going to keep my eye further back the field there. It looks like it's actually been a clean first corner.
Yes, I didn't saw any of the car spinning in the background. That is really good for a wet start here in Suzuka. And O'Hara managed to stay up ahead, which gives him a really good run now. So everyone will be busy with fighting, with defending their position. If O'Hara can create a gap and spread that gap right there on lap 1, then he will be, at least until the pit stops, I think, be able to run away with it. All of that means he can't do any mistakes. We're absolutely sure about that, because if that happens, everyone will be all over his back again. But can Andika Ramamalana get back onto O'Hara and make this a proper fight for the feature race? He won 1 position so far, which meant he took down Burs, and I think he did it in turn 1. He was listening. He just did it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was perfect. Perfect place. And now remember, he's obviously took quite a few through the loop as well, so he's been doing a fantastic job. We'll see whether he can keep on pushing as he comes up to the spoon curve. This is where he's been making his position. Somebody is diving up the inside. Had a quick look there. It wasn't Ramamalana. He's just keeping an eye on it. I think he's got Guy Comin just ahead of him, along with Rahmat. Now, this is where he's gaining it, and he gains time there as well. He certainly has, obviously, a much better racing line around that spoon curve. You can see the gap that he's left to Luke Burs already, just going around there. So we'll see whether he can keep gaining that ground. Guy Comin maybe going to look up the inside here of turn 15. It's a tricky one. Oh, there was slight contact. That's going to force him wide. Yeah, absolutely. Ramamalana should be able to go through there as well.
Yeah, that was 1 for 3, I would say here. Getting Rahmat already delivered to him by Giacomin. And he's also now right on the bumper of Giacomin's EVO2. Can he actually make a move maybe into turn 1? But I think the exit here on the chicane was not ideal. Look at how he loses out even with all the slipstream.
That's Luke Burs looking to squeeze past Rahman here, obviously losing, 1, 2, 3 positions from that slight contact in turn 15. He's not going to be happy with that, there's no doubt about it, but he is down to 8th place. Luke Burs is going to get it done around the outside. You love to see it. That's just about hanging on in there as he goes around that first turn. And now, though, it is all about Giacomin. And when you're talking about, how can he get it done? Well, he answers with the fastest lap, doesn't he? That's how he keeps Ramamalana at bay.
Yeah, O'Hara answering immediately here to Mulana going through the grid. And I wonder, Luke Burs seems like he's struggling way more to get through traffic. And Devilish Singh, 11th. He didn't have a great race in the sprint race, so he needs to make up those lost points if you want to stay in contention at this APAC group stage final. But with the weather, it just gets worse. It shows already in 30 minutes we should expect way more rain than we currently have. So I wonder if I really hope that Mulana makes it back onto O'Hara. I want to see that as a battle in the last, let's say, 10 minutes of the race, depending on how the pit stops go. Because rain battles, I think that's the best to watch.
Yeah, disaster for Garnham in that. You saw it at the start. Oh, Devilish Singh, though, absolutely motoring here on the back of Satam, though. But Garnham, yeah, losing, what three places in the space of 2 corners. Devilish Singh looks like he's got a nice drive here. Had a look at it. Had a look at up the inside. Maybe going to think about it and absolutely will take it. That was a wide run from Satam, and Devilish Singh's going to gain himself another position up into 9th now from 11th place at the start of this lap. So great lap for him so far.
Yeah, I think that's a really good start. He wasn't expecting that after the sprint race, but now maybe warming up a bit, getting into the groove here in Suzuka, the iconic Japanese racetrack that saw basically everything. I mean, Formula 1 is there, right? Endurance championships happen there. The World Endurance Championship also has a stop at Suzuka, so it is just a great track for racing in general. Luca Giacomin still on 5th right now with Andika Ramamulana right behind. That's the car that we see in the darker colours. But Giacomin is looking at Wesson into turn 1 around the...
That was contact.
Oh, yeah. I was like, Wesson wants to do it around the outside again to cover it up. But no, Giacomin really pushing it through. There was minor contact. Andika Ramamulana closing up the gap as well, but couldn't find any space yet to get there into the S's. But look how close they are. Once again, touching the rear bumper of Giacomin, who's now up to 4th. And you see Andika Ramamulana really pushing because there was a door open by Giacomin, and he really wanted to go through as well.
Yeah, and look at the position he's holding. He was making sure that if they do connect, I'm going to get round it cleanly. I'm not going to get caught up the back side of Wesson, because you could see them just tapping each other as they went through the S's. But yeah, it was a nice move in the end by Giacomin. I mean, yes, there was slight contact, but it was only like side panels. You know, that's pretty fair in all stages of racing. But Oscar Liu up in 3rd place. He's under pressure now. Isa's managed to get himself a bit of a gap to him. O'Hara has gone, as we feared it may happen. We'll see whether that's going to get closed in, because at the moment you can see these drivers there fighting to try and work their way through. Speaking of, O'Hara's just set himself the fastest lap of the race.
He's obviously the one that doesn't
oh my
have
word,
any...
2 seconds faster than anyone else.
Yeah, but there's also traffic for anyone else. Like, look at Andika Ramamulana. He can't really spread his wings here and be quick currently. So O'Hara should use that right now to create that gap and increase it lap by lap. And then we have to see if anyone can catch up to that. But I think O'Hara, with being one of the strongest drivers here, for sure, it was just so magical that he got pole position really given to him, kinda, by a lot of luck, and now being able to be in the position he is.
What's happened here? Wesson's gone wide. Ramamulana has snuck through. Something has happened back there. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, because Ramamulana may well have just snuck himself, 1, 2, 3 places? We'll see whether he manages to hold on. You can see they're all almost 2 adrift. Are they going to make it 3 adrift? They may well do, because this pack has really backed up. And Dika Ramamulana, though, up behind Oscar Liu just hanging on to that spot, but he's managed to get himself up into 4th place now, so he passed both Burst and Wesson there. Also, they try and sneak around there. What has happened to the man that was running in there? I'm trying to see where Giacomin's gone. He's 7th. He's down to 7th place. So clearly an incident in and around turn 15, or maybe into the Casio Triangle.
Yeah, that's how fast it can go, right? You can be in front of Mulana, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in 7th position, but Mulana now up to 4th, right behind Liu, and with that, it's not that much anymore until he can see Andrew O'Hara, and when he can finally have some space around his car to really show lap times and maybe close and decrease the gap to the current leader. But this is a huge battle still. Look at that. Liu, Mulana, Wesson, Burrs. Giacomin is still kind of hanging in there in the background, I think. Yes, he is. And right behind us also Devilish Singh. So this is a proper fighting group. This will not be easy for anyone in there.
No, but this is playing out brilliantly for Heisa and O'Hara, though, isn't it? Obviously, they're fighting behind them. You can see, what, it's a 4.5 second gap already that Heisa has behind O'Hara, but Lou, 3 seconds and counting. It's falling away for him at the moment, and Andika Ramalana wants to get past this as quick as he can to keep maximising his points. He almost got it past Oscar Lou, but he's hanging on well. This is where a lot of the action has been happening, though, down this back section. This is where a lot of it was falling out, obviously around that turn 15 and into this chicane, this tight chicane, the Casio triangle, as it were, where all the action's been happening. And again, it's another wide run, but it looks like he's followed him. It's one of those classic traps that you fall into when you're following a driver. Sometimes you do the same mistake that he does.
I mean, he was just extending the track a bit. I think they did not lose a lot of time. Luckily, the car didn't spin out there, get quite wet and slippery when you just extend the track limits.
Here we go.
Out of there, but now Andika Ramalana is in a great spot here for Lou into turn 1. Has to go for the outside line, though.
Oh, what's happened back there?
Oh, that was a big crash.
That was Casio Triangle. There was cars, 3 cars sideways. Sorry about that. Auto Director told me that's where it wants to be, so I let it follow that way. It was Shaquille, so it was 12th, 13th, and 14th, which is pretty heavy point spots for the main race. But back to the leading pack, you can see Ramalana wasn't able to get it done. But yeah, this pack, anything could happen. These 5 cars, any mistake, you're going to lose, 4 places if Lou makes a mistake here.
It's like, this is not done yet, that's for sure. They're still fighting
hard.
Wesson! Whew. Oh, he goes onto the grass. He will not be able to catch that one. Look how slippery it is. He nearly can't even get it back onto the tarmac there. Mitchell Wesson losing, I think, another 2 spots. That does not help his case here to score big in the Suzuka feature race. And I'm quite surprised to still see Mulana's name being listed behind Lou. Did they change, maybe? Did it not update yet on the overlays? Because we know that the overlays sometimes not show the entire story.
He's still not past him.
Lou is still up front.
Yeah, the outside maneuver didn't work out for him, but you can see he's on the bumper. He's riding it at the moment. He's looking for that chance. Now, he's made an overtake or 2 here already. He made the chance on Luke Burst. He takes it up the inside, a much tighter line, and he's trying it once again, and it works out well for him here. It looks like he should be able to get the drive out on Oscar Lou. Oscar Lou trying to run it as wide as he can to get a better drive, but it's not going to happen. Ramalana does it again. Same corner. That spoon curve is working wonders for him.
Yeah, I think it was also how he introduced that to Lou, basically. He was showing himself up the inside, trying to force Lou to be a bit more aggressive going into the turn. That sent him wide, and then Mulana really did the maneuver, because before that, it was just all show, no go, kinda.
That was great from Luke Burst.
Yeah,
the braking there from Luke Burst absolutely did Lou. Lou just braking a little bit earlier, cautiously. Luke Burst is just hanging on out there, knew his braking point as best he could, and just completely does Luke as quick as you like into the Casio Triangle.
Yeah, Burst really showed here how good he is, even in these tricky conditions when it comes to braking. We still see rain will increase next 10 minutes, next 30 minutes, so will only get worse. So drivers have to be aware of that and try to feel the track and the grip that's available to them every single lap when coming around. Oscar Lou, instead of being taken down by Luke Birds in a great maneuver, and Birds, surprisingly to me, still hanging in there. He is chasing down Andika Ramalana, who knows that it's now over 8 seconds to Andrew O'Hara. And if no one stops O'Hara soon, that gap will be big enough maybe for him to jump right into this group, even with a pit stop.
Yeah, both these drivers looking for some fantastic points here. Obviously, first and second in the sprint race, 16 and 12 points for first and second there. They're currently in third and fourth, which is 15 and 12 points. So they're really looking to maximize their day's output. We will have best driver of the day. Of course, we have Mount Panorama to follow this one as well. So plenty of racing action today here in the Lamborghini. There's 32 minutes to go in this race. And some hot action so far. Oscar Lou doing what he can to keep Guy Coben and Wesson at bay. Wesson obviously losing those 2 places. He's going to want those places back after having that wide run just coming out the S-curves earlier on in the last lap. As it is, let's see and keep our eye on the gap, as it were, from Ramalana up to Heisa, because that's where the gap's been falling. It was over 3 seconds. It's already at 2.7, I can see, and tumbling. We'll see now, because this is where Ramalana's got a bit of space, right? So let's see what sort of laps he can pump in. Luke Burst is doing a fantastic job at keeping on his heels, though.
He definitely does very well there. And as he said, the 3 seconds that we had previously are tumbling down and they're melting away, kind of, for Heisey, compared to Andika Rama Mulana. But like I said, the most surprising one is Burst for me. Burst in the first race, he had that great maneuver into turn 1, then kind of lost touch to Mulana early on, and Mulana could create a gap. It wasn't big, though, I get that. But still, for Luke Burst to go through this group, just like Mulana did, that was good. Lou versus Jacquemin. Jacquemin on the inside, even before turn 1. He's already doing it under braking. Opens up the inside again for the crossover. Lou and Jacquemin touch. Both spin around. This is not what they were in for. And unfortunately, both will lose a ton of time here. Where are they? Lou down to 7th. Jacquemin is in front of him. So it seems like they definitely lost less time than I expected, seeing them going sideways there. But I would say that was probably on Jacquemin. Like, the door opened again. No, wait. This should have been on
Oscar
Lou.
It was Lou up the inside.
Jacquemin opened the door again. I think Lou wasn't able to hold the inside line. It's a bit too quick into the second part of turn 1, and then touched Jacquemin on the outside there.
Well, fastest lap of the race coming out from Burst there. I think the saving grace for them is that this front pack of, 7 drivers has been so quick. Now, it was, and you can see how much time they did lose there, it was a 12-second gap. It's now a 6-second gap, so that was 6 seconds on that skid accident there. Speaking of that group, actually, let's have a quick look at it, because it is Joseph Morgan who did just miss out on being pole position by hook or by crook. He took Garnham a moment ago, actually, to get into that position, but he's on the heels now, chasing down Chotima, who is in that 8th position at the moment. But that is the outside the top 8. There is a couple of first pit stops and our first stop go penalty. Raj, the first victim of the speed limiter.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting that, right, when looking at how crucial it is for all these drivers to use every single meter that they can be on the accelerator. Andrew O'Hara, so far, starting from pole after getting it luckily given into his hands, handling it very well, creating an 8-second gap.
Oh! Ramalana through on Heisa here, and look at this, looks like Luke Burst is going to get past as well. That's Heisa on the side there. Luke Burst, absolutely, he's going to be on the inside here into turn 1. Is going to be able to hold it, or is he? Because he looked like he was going pretty hot on the brakes there. Yes, we'll be able to hold it. So very nicely done. Further down the field, this is Garnham, I think it is, with Jeff Newton right on his heels, all coming into turn 1 once again.
Yes, I just love the action we see here, and especially love how Burst is still there with Mulana, both doing the maneuver in the same sector. Newton, and I think
Shaquille that was.
That was Shaquille also slipping through, because once the door is open, really hard in these conditions to close it fast enough, because you can't get the car on the inside. There's just not enough grip to turn it even tighter. And with that, you lose 2 spots in a single go. Not great, but at least looks great on screen for us. And with more rain coming our way, showing on currently 14th in front of Rose. And I think scoring points was until 20th position in the feature race. So everyone's still out there hunting.
Yeah, so the first, I would say, top 10 drivers starting to come in now. Davli Singh and Morgan and Rahmat all coming into the pit, so they've all serving their first pit stop. So we're going to see how this shakes out, how the undercut works. They did have a pretty hefty gap, in fairness, to the top 8. So I don't think it's going to affect too much into that top 8. We haven't had one of those top 8 runners at the moment, which is where really the group has formed. You can see there's 6.5 second gap from Oscar Liu to Chotima. Who was that? That was Oscar Liu sneaking through. Was that Chotima back there? Was that Guy Comin? That was Guy Comin, right?
It should have been Kakomin. It's the one on the
orange.
Oh, it may
have been a back marker. There was a back marker, I think. Yeah, it was a back marker.
Yeah, they might run to Mishra already. Is 39 seconds to Satam. So that could be the case here. 9 seconds so far the gap between Mulana and O'Hara, but I have to say he did not lose a lot of time getting into second position. I see he had nothing to defend there against Mulana and Burrs as the natural force that just came through. And now we want to see if Mulana can close that gap, or if O'Hara's current pace is just really on the leading level. Because as I said, no one so far, besides Heinz, who had like an open track to him to really lay down lap times just like O'Hara did, We never saw that for Burst or Milana. So we really figure out now, is O'Hara the quickest driver on the track or not?
Well, that's it, because Luke Burst, obviously, like you say, he's set the fastest lap, and only by a little bit there. Ramo Milana also set a pretty damn fast lap. They're both really pushing themselves along here. Looks like auto-directed wanted to show us Tristan Carter. Probably because we haven't seen him. He was the man that went sideways in the first race. Okay, so I'm going to look at Garnham now, because Garnham absolutely is under pressure. That's Hyungmin Chang that's about to slip up the inside. Around the S's, that's going to be tricky, but he manages to get it done. Nice.
Yeah, that was a good maneuver once again. And I just love that we currently have that wherever we look up in the grid. And just have drivers fighting for every single position, every single point they might be able to take. Garnham down to 12, not really where he wanted to be, but seeing with him struggling also in the feature race, it is not, might not be his conditions here in the wet. It isn't his drive like it. Look at all the reflections and how wet it really is out there.
Yeah, and look at this, Rene. Look at this. Look in that top right-hand corner. We have rain plus coming in the next 10 minutes, so it's gonna get wetter. Okay, so take your pit stops, get your tires ready, because this is gonna get wetter and wetter here in the next 25 minutes. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I thought this was as wet as we're gonna get, but no, we have more rain. I think the drivers are going to be looking at that and thinking, oh no. So now we're going to be looking at, potential standing water positions. You've got to be careful on some of the corners. There could be puddles starting to form, so they've got to really look out for that. We saw it last week on Spa. The standing water is just before the Kemmel Straight. There's this tiny little kink, almost where the pit stops comes out. There was a standing water spot there that caught out probably, I would say, 5 drivers throughout, and it ruined their races. Darren King being one of them, he was one of the ones that caught it. And it was just a simple spot that you really wouldn't expect it to be there, but little puddles starting to form.
Yes, it is not easy, and as I said, they really have to feel the track every single lap in these conditions, and maybe it's thunderstorm season here in Suzuka, I don't know. As of right now, how the weather should be, it's quite hot in Europe currently, right? We have absolutely record degrees once again here, but not in Suzuka, in ACC, obviously. Big thanks to our partners here. Assetto Corsa Combinazione, that is from Cuno Simulazioni, the guys from Italy, guys and girls obviously there, multiple people working on the project, and they put on a great simulation for us to put on a great race there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had fantastic races so far. I'm really enjoying this season. It's definitely changed things up. Ramo Milana still keeping Luke Burst in check here, but even a second and a third here, if they can't catch O'Hara, a second and third, magnificent points for them to pull in from the first 2 races. What a start of the season that is, to be able to try and work that around, because now we're looking at, obviously 20 points it is, I believe. 18 points for second place and 15 points for third place. So they've already pulled in 16 and 12. So they're going to be absolutely rocking it. 30 plus points for Ramo Milana if he can hold this spot. As you can see, still not had those pit stops yet. None of the front runners gone in for the pits yet. We're already past the halfway marker.
Yeah, we see that Milana at least got the gap down below 9 seconds again, but it's not like massive steps right now, not like this huge big steps like a dinosaur coming at O'Hara right now, but slowly but surely he is creeping closer, and I wonder if O'Hara is just trying to manage the gap right now. Well, we see Luke Rose, I think, going around a back marker here, because why should O'Hara risk everything right now? There's like 8-second gap. That is okay. They all have to go into the pits at one point, so he might just play it safe and seeing what the weather has in store for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's obviously last time we saw O'Hara go really long. We saw him on Suzuka last season. Whether he's going to try it. Okay, here we go. Luke Burst coming in. Lou Heiser also coming in the pits. So the first of the front runners. So whether Luke Burst is undercut. Now, he was in third place up behind Ramo Milana. So we've got to keep our eye on what is going to happen there. Whether Ramo Milana is going to be able to maybe post a quick lap. They were actually averaging 210, 210.6 in the last lap. He was slightly quicker than Luke Burs's final lap as well. Luke Burs obviously holding the fastest lap at the moment, so we're going to see whether Ramo Milana can post those lap times. You can see he's pushing it to the limit as well. He's trying as best he can, using every angle of the circuit, going as wide as he can to try and go as quick as he can. He knows the pressure he's under here on the undercut.
Yeah, and he definitely does well so far, because soon the 8-second mark will drop as well between O'Hara and Milana, so he is coming closer and he wants to get another race win. Just imagine he would start this group stage with winning both races in Suzuka. That's perfect for going to Mount Panorama, because he doesn't have to risk everything there.
Look at this, though. Davlish Singh right up behind where Luke Burs has come out. So Davlish Singh's gamble of going in early has seemingly paid off. That's going to push him right up there. So Luke Burs just come out of the pits and Davlish Singh right on his heels. That is going to be very interesting to see how that's going to work out for him. Because Davlish Singh, he's got a lot of experience. The Indian driver, we know how good he is. We've seen him in many series before, but that has surprised me where that's brought him out, and that may well surprise some of the drivers that were up behind Luke Burs to see Davlish Singh suddenly appear in their way. I'm looking at Vesson to start with. Obviously, Vesson was running in, 7th before he went in the pits. He's down in 11th right now. He's behind Davlish Singh already. And so is Ramo Milana, isn't it? That's Milana coming in behind him. Yes, it is. So they knew the undercut could cost them. So let's keep our eye on Luke Burs to see where he's going to fall out here, because he's effectively the leader at the moment. And we'll see whether we'll keep our eye on both the pits and the runners to see where they come out.
Yeah, really want to. So Milana did manage to get below the 8 seconds. So maybe his run into the pits was a bit slower, a bit more on the safe side. We will soon see. Jacquemin currently leading, as obviously he's not yet with a pit stop. Yeah, Milana is in front of O'Hara, but I think that is just due to his positioning in the pits. At least I would assume so.
I don't know who that was in the back, but that looked like a wheel could disconnect to me. He just went veering off into a wall. Someone in the back there did. Luke Rose coming through. Okay, let's have a look. O'Hara, where are you? Oh, it's all shaking out for me now. O'Hara's just come out the pits. So there he is. And who's that that's just gone squeezing past him? Didn't see. I think that was a back runner that's just come out there. But he has managed to come out. Milana has come out quicker than him?
No. This is just because...
Okay, that's just shaking up. Okay, so
he overtook him in the pits and then went over the line, so was updated. But Andika Ramo Milana should still be like 8 seconds behind Andrew O'Hara, unless they have a completely different pit crew working on their Huracán Super Trofeo cars. But wait,
he's just ahead of Burs. He's just ahead of Burs. So Milana's there. Burs is just behind him. And Davlish Singh currently, that means Davlish Singh will be in 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. So his early pit stop has absolutely worked well. He's obviously pitted early and been posting some very quick times. So there's Ramo Milana, there's Luke Burs now up behind him, and there's Davlish Singh right behind him. So that is a great move from Davlish Singh.
Yeah, it must feel so great for him seeing that his strategy pays off in this first feature race of our event today. But Luke Burs, he still sees Milana, and he knows that he was able to keep up for that long. Can he once again close that gap and maybe try to use Milana to just get some pace out of the car, get some slipstream here and there, to close the gap to Andrew O'Hara, and then maybe have a fight with all three of them. Luke Rose in 5th currently, but he did not pit just yet, so he has to come in. Jacquemin came in now, so he was the current leader, but as I said, that was only down to him not being in the pits just yet. So he should be dropping, I don't know, maybe around Wesson? Rahmat? Is that what we expect for Jacquemin?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it depends if he's been able to put the laps in. I'm looking at his lap times. It was 2:11.4, so definitely not on the pace that I think he wants to be. So Luke Rose is coming in now, so one of the last few to pit. Oscar Lou still staying out, by the way. He was running in 4th position. I'm not sure this gambit's going to pay out for him, and I can see Jacquemin, as you say, is also coming in the pits now. So Oscar Lou, the last man out, basically. We'll see whether it works out. Does the long run work out for him? At 2:12, 25.8 his last lap. I don't think it is. I don't think that's going to pay off for him at all.
I was wondering if it would have been a bit better to just have fresher tyres when coming into more rain, because we saw that the rain was shown in ACC as increasing every single time. I mean, look at that. There's still a plus for 10 minutes. There's still a plus for 30 minutes. So it's constantly increasing over time. So an early pit stop gives at least a slightly better tyre when the rain kicks in more. But on the other hand, that also means you're not sitting on a great tyre at the end of the race. And if it just keeps on increasing, it might be that small percentage you're missing out in the end to really get maneuvered done or defend your position.
Shottima coming out. That Shaquille is just going to go past him there. Is it going to work out? No, it's a light. It's Youngmin Chang that's trying to squeeze on the inside there. So not quite working out from him. Garnham, Tristan Carter, both just past Luke Rose. That's because he was coming out of the pits. So that's all fine. And at the moment, you can see Shottima down in 12th position. Now, in terms of points, where do we fall down to in the main race for the points? It goes quite low, right?
It should be 20th.
Yes, 20th place gets the 1 point. So all the way down to 20th. So most of these drivers, there's only 22 driving. So most of these drivers are going to get some points. Obviously, start to get the golden points from 10 onwards, where it goes 4, 5, 6, etc. upwards.
Yeah, it's like the 1 point probably won't make a difference in looking at Mulana will probably score strong if he's just keeping it together for the last 16 minutes in the first race and then heading to Mount Panorama. And I think the biggest change across this event here for the group final will be that if you scored strong in Suzuka, then all of a sudden Mount Panorama is not that threatening anymore, because you do not have to be in the top 5 maybe to even make it, which means you can be way more relaxed. You don't have to defend to the absolute end of it, which might avoid that damage that is really costly there in the first.
Yeah, absolutely. I quite agree. Davlish Singh doing a fantastic job. He's keeping up there. Rama Balana keeping it going. We'll see whether Oscar Liu falls out. So he's gone into the pits. Oh, I missed him. He's falling down. So he's just coming out now. So this has really not paid off for him. Going long has absolutely backfired. He's going to end up coming out. Looks like a stable 8th place for him. He was running, I think he was in 4th, if I'm not mistaken, before the pit stops all happened. So that has definitely not paid off for him. Rahmat even gone through past him, and Gaikomin, who came in, I think 1 lap before him, has gained 2 places on him.
Yeah, it's like what we see here is it's always crucial to get a good pit stop, but it's also hard to predict all of that happens out there on the track. Joseph Morgan not happy with 19th position, but he's right in between 2 drivers with 15-second penalties. So I was just wondering if they make contact there.
And if you think about it, he started 9th, right? Didn't he? Joseph Morgan did, because he was the one that was just missing out to O'Hara. I don't know who that is behind him. Maybe that's Raj, but he is really struggling.
Yeah, it's like Morgan can't be happy with what's happening so far for him in this feature race, but I think you have to cross that off your mind and then concentrate on Mount Panorama just very, very soon as we're in the lighter stage. What's Morgan doing there? This is not iRacing. You can't just have your outside tires on the green and still make it.
No.
All of the esports guys on iRacing will be like, he said that. How could he? It was just on videos on Twitter. So, yeah, but that were just very mistakes there, right? It's like it was just a straight, or was he maybe setting something up? You know, like sometimes people are in the pit stop menu because they want to change something, and then you kind of miss the tarmac there. Could have been what we've seen. Lou, by the way, 15-second penalty. So this will not help his case at all. Don't make it any quicker for him. And to get points there. And Mulana is still down by 9 seconds. So O'Hara, Mulana, they're currently on the same pace, roughly. And that means Ender O'Hara might be really, really lucky with everyone getting penalties, him ending up on pole position, and now just managing the gap that he was able to create in the first third of the race.
Yeah, Guy Coleman, the closest really driver now, we can see in the top 10 with Vessen here. Vessen did make a mistake in the S's earlier on. in the race, around about 20 minutes into it, and that's where he lost a lot of these places to the likes of Guy Coman, but clearly has shook out well from the pit stops. Got himself the earlier pit stop, was one of the very early runners of the top 7. He, after having that mistake, losing those 3 places, but we know he's certainly a competent driver, holding it well this time around, the S's, and keeping his position in check as we approach the through the Degner curve and then into turn 9. The sharp right-hander, Coman. You can see him holding on that position, but not really gaining ground on Vessen here. Vessen pulling himself in, feeling very comfortable right now. I would have thought, for the fact that you're 30 minutes into this race. Yes, the hairpin was not the best there, but certainly held it well, and looking to keep him at bay. Further down into Jeff Newton in 13th position. That's Schottimer in front, the 12th position car right now, looking to see if he can gain some positions also as they approach the hairpin.
And the happens, it's just such a great moment because you come around full speed and then you really have to hammer those brakes and somehow hit the banking up the inside there to shoot the car out of that tight hairpin. Obviously I think the slowest part of the track together with the chicane at the end of the lap. And it is a great spot to overtake, and you get very close to cars there every single time, but it's frustrating, it's up the hill there, and if you don't get a good run, then you immediately lose everything that you might have gained on the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the slowest part of the circuit, there's no doubt about it. I mean, obviously you have the Casio Triangle, the chicane, that's probably one of the slow parts as well, but yeah, the hairpin's where you can sort of maybe try and send it, and you have to be really close. Speaking of being very close, Guy Coman maybe having a look at Vessen here. Is he going to try around the outside? I think that's a risky manoeuvre. Maybe go for the switch back here. I don't think Vessen's going to fall for that. Yeah, it's going to hold the positions his car very nicely in the middle of the circuit as they go through the S's once again.
Yeah, I just like Jack Cummins' current pace, and I think he will get that 5th spot eventually in the end here, because he's just really delivering right now. He had great races. He also got very unlucky today with losing a position in that fight, which was down to Lou.
Yeah,
Does he really
nice.
try in the S's? He just kind of forced it, but in a nice way, like just getting nose in there. And then Vessen had to decide, like, do I close the door and risk it, or do I just stay on the outside? And that worked well for Luca here, gaining another spot. And I have to say, that was smartly played.
Yeah, absolutely mind-gained him. Like you say, just put his nose there. It's like, I'm here. I'm in your mirror. And suddenly Vessen's like, oh, do I pull in? If I pull in, I might get caught. And then it's just, he had absolutely no plan to do that. Guy Coman just took it casual. That's a back marker who's just going past. He got out of the way nicely there. But yeah, it had no intention of just forcing it, but just put his nose there just to sort of put in that mental image in Vessen's mind there. So very well done from Guy Coman. As you said he was expecting to get in that 5th spot, and he's absolutely done it.
Yeah, and the real question is now, can he close the gap to Davish Singh for 4th position? But now all the pit stops are done, so there's no chance to gain anything with that anymore, while Milana dropped below 9 seconds. But yeah, with only 9 minutes left in this race, it might be too late. Unless Andrew O'Hara does a mistake here. Rahmat fighting against that. Is Lou in the background. Lou with 15-second penalties already. So you obviously want to overcome that and at least bring some points home from a race here in Suzuka before we head over to Australia for the second part of today's group stage final. But Rahmat doing a good job. You see that? He's not even getting concerned about Lou in the back. He was just holding his line, going through there, just a minor defense, nothing crazy, and I think he did a good job.
Yeah, Lou ran wide at turn 15, so he's gone very, very wide here, isn't he? Yeah, in turn 1, so he's kind of missing the apex at the moment, just not quite on it, but Lou's probably the closest in the top 10 at the moment, but as you say, has got that 15-second penalty looming over him. It's not that bad when you consider Shaquille is 11 seconds or almost 12 seconds behind anyway. It is probably going to shake him out and fall him down to probably 11th I would say, because there's another big gap there at 12th, isn't there, Newton? So Yes, he's going to lose out on points, but it's not going to be disastrous. He's probably going to lose about 2 points. This is why he's trying to get a move on in the final 7 minutes. Speaking of getting a move on, Luke Burst, he's got himself a back marker in the way. He's like, get out of my way. I'm trying to chase down Rama Malana, for goodness sake. Will in the end up having to go around the outside. Not ideal. Kind of fighting him for it a little bit there. Not too sure Luke Burst is going to be happy with that, because that's going to put him way out of position coming here into the corner. So yeah, definitely not happy with that one. There's Rama Malana, you can see just further ahead. He's just took a back marker as well. Can't see who that is, but either way, he's fighting Rama Malana for the spot as well. These back markers, got to be careful there.
Yeah, you can easily get a penalty if you make it too hard as a back marker, because obviously you should get out of the way, let them have their race here, and it cost Malana a lot of time. Ender O'Hara will be very happy about that one, although he has a back marker in front himself into turn 1. But I think this will not happen just yet. Still a bit more than 6.5 minutes in our first feature race of the day. A beautiful Sunday here. Second region, we did EMEA last time around. That was with Paul and Lee a week ago, and then obviously next week, if I'm not mistaken, we see even more action. Well, not saying more, that sounds kind of disrespectful to the APAC region, because it definitely brings a lot of fighting to the track. But there will be more action from Lamborghini, the real race, throughout your next week. So your fix of daily, those racing at the weekends, it's definitely in here on the channel. Rahmat still fighting Lou, and Lou still having those 15 seconds on him. There will obviously be added later on, but not willing to give up here. Devilish Singh now onto Luke. Oh no, that isn't Luke Burst. It's more of the back markers.
It's this back marker that got in the way of Luke Burst as well, and he's fighting Devilish Singh around, forcing Singh to go round the outside there. These back markers, I mean, I understand sometimes, you know, back markers, yes, you've got to try and get out of the way, but you also got to make sure you don't do anything too random that would catch a driver out. But yeah, he's causing problems. You can see is that guy Comin that's up behind him as well? Yes, it is. So as they're all having some little fights of their own. I get it, but that's further down the field. At the moment, though, Oscar Lou certainly the closest runner, still trying to get past Rahmat, but he's holding strong.
Yeah, it's like currently I really like the fights that we have here, calm and collected so far, but we also know that everything heats up in the last 5 minutes, and we're nearly crossing that mark there. Rahmat and Lou still going at each other after the hairpin. Look, there's nothing in between those two cars. That's like racing on a super high level around the outside now. Maybe did he had such a good run out of the previous corner, out of the hairpin into the long left-hander. Oh, there's so much grip you lose out there on the AstroTurf when they touch. It seems like Rahmat not really at the right position there. He wanted to get the car inside after being on the AstroTurf, was really craving more grip to get around, and with this now, he's losing a ton of time to Lou.
Yeah, it was a dangerous rejoin from Rahmat there, and he doesn't need to fight it. Lou's got a 15-second penalty. He could have just let him slip by. He's not going to lose a place to it, that's for sure. So, you know, there's no reason to risk his own race there, which he almost did. Yes, Shaquille's, 9.3 seconds behind. So, for Lou clearly faster. You can see he's just left Rahmat behind now. But, yeah, absolutely should have just... I don't think he should have fought it so hard as he did. I know, obviously, it's easy for me to say as a viewer. Obviously, you know, when you're driving in the case, you're on the seat of your pants. You don't maybe particularly notice the guy's got a penalty.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And in the end, we're all racers, right? We want to have a good race, and fighting someone is exciting, and you don't want to give up on that. I absolutely love that every single race I'm out there, and there is someone to go side by side into a corner. That's what we all want, and that's what we want to feel, and how you feel alive, basically. But sometimes in terms of strategy, there are smarter ways of attacking a race, basically. Giacomin still behind a back marker here, because that should have been the same car that everyone
Mishra,
else
isn't
has.
it? Yeah, it's Mishra, and everyone's been struggling to get past. He's going to be in the way at the hairpin here as well, yeah. I don't know how many blue flags are going to be waved at him, but probably quite a lot at the moment, because he's been causing quite a few issues for everybody around him. And now you can see Gary Coleman's going to have to try and struggle it as we come up to the spoon curve, and he's all over the racing line, isn't he? Get out of the way!
You see
Oh my
how
God,
afraid
he literally
Luca
just...
is. Oh, did he just lift off the throttle that hard?
Yeah.
That even Wesson nearly tapped him from the back, and then it had to happen at one point with Wesson, with, I think
it was
No,
Satam.
Lou wasn't in this.
No, I think it was Mishra and Satam. I think that's who it was back there. Let's have a quick look. No, it wasn't. So it was definitely Mishra. Was it Raj? Yeah, it's Raj. Raj and... tell a lie. It was Gatol. It was Gatol, and I think it was Raj. And in fairness, they were fighting for position, but you've got to be careful fighting for position when the top 5 are around you. That's crazy.
Yeah, luckily Giacomin came out there without any issues, and I think Lou as well. Who lost.
Well, it was Vesson that nearly got caught up in it all right, wasn't it?
Did he tap it though? I think the front end. No, looks good on this shot. I was wondering if he actually touched any other car, if he get any damage from that, or if he just lost some time because he had to brake a bit harder to avoid any accident here. Yeah, but it had to happen at one point. You saw how Luca was really afraid of even making the pads, but he was so much quicker. And then, it's that Gatol, I think he lifted the throttle, and that bunched everyone up right behind him and created that issue going into the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Causing nightmares for everyone involved. Let's have a look further down the field. There's a couple of cars close at the moment. That's Shaquille, I believe. Let's have a look from his rear wing. That was not the rear wing. That's not the rear wing either. That's the rear wing. There we go. Got there in the end. It's got Heisa up behind him. If you remember, back to the start of the race, Heisa started out in second position. Didn't he? Up behind O'Hara. Has fallen down to 10th place. Is hot on the heels of Shaquille, and you can see that's Shang up behind him as well, Hyungmin Shang. So this is the 3-car battle, fighting for 9th, 10th and 11th.
Yeah, Heisa definitely not where he could have been with a solid performance, just not the pace that you need to have for the top 5, so down to 10th, even though he had, as I said, like a top 3 starting position in the feature race given to him by the reversed order after the sprint. But 10th, that's still solid. I mean, we're talking about some of the best drivers out there from the APAC regions that are in this grid for Lamborghini the Rail Race, all fighting for obviously a share of the 50,000 euros prize pool in the event in total, and the opportunity to sign a contract with Lamborghini as their official esports drivers, part of their new esports team, where, for example, Jordan Sheridan is in. He won last time around. And the clock ran out, but I still think O'Hara and Mulana, they all have to do one more. Yeah,
he just went over the line literally a couple of seconds before it, so this battle can play out for another lap. Now, this is a battle for 5, 4 and 3 points, so this is actually, you know, a legit battle that could make a difference for them in terms of the money. Obviously, we're looking at the top 6 within their region, so definitely points that they're going to want to hold on to. Certainly from Shaquille's point of view, Hyungmin Chang wants to get more, as you can see, jostling for positions behind Heisa. Heisa might actually get boxed in a little bit here if he's not careful. He doesn't manage to get alongside him though. Ooh, that's a wide run though from Shaquille. He does manage to hold it in there. Managing to swing back, but a bit of a wide run brings everybody closer together.
Yeah, they got really lucky there that this didn't end badly, because coming around the outside there, you easily lose traction, and in these conditions it's so hard to keep the car from rotating and spinning away, basically. A back marker getting out of the way for Shaquille, Heisa and Chang. That seemed to work well. Last lap here in our first feature race of the day. There is another track comment, so don't worry if you think like, oh, I'm joint late, I want to see some more racing action. Then there will be more with Mount Panorama and Bathurst up next, but it is O'Hara.
Oh, that's a big contact.
He completely wiped him out there.
Yeah, Shaquille just got absolutely rear-ended by Heisa there. So Heisa penalty almost certainly coming his way. That's probably going to push Chang up to 9th, I would say, because of that penalty. But Andrew O'Hara, leader here, and overall from first to second, dominating it. Fantastic race from him, and yeah, absolutely dominated throughout O'Hara. So from pole to victory, He takes it. Ramo Milana will get second place. Brilliant fight from him, coming back from 8th position up to 2nd. So with that reverse grid, really well worked for him. Luke Burst followed him all the way as well. Up, he gets on the podium in 3rd place. He finished 2nd in the sprint race as well. So maximum points for Milana and Burst this time around. Davlis Singh, what a tactical genius move for him. He was not even involved in the top 8 before that pit stop. He worked it out, went in the pit stop, found himself some clean air, and absolutely posted the lap times. Guy Comin, he got a great move on Wesson. Once again, Wesson comes in 6th place. Oscar Liu, 15-second penalty for him. We'll see where that shakes out as Rahmat will go over. Will be gaining that 7th position once he comes through. And then Hyung Chang. Now, is Chang going to get a penalty? That's the question. I don't think Chang will, but I think Haisa absolutely will. So we'll see where that shakes out. Oscar Liu's penalty obviously also involved in there as well. Oscar Liu probably going to fall down to 9th. But whether there's going to be a 15-second penalty probably popping in just a moment's time when they see that rear end. There we go. 15-second penalty goes onto Haisa. That's going to drop him out of the top 10 as well.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate here, but he was giving it all. And seems like he has just been a bit too late on the brakes. And you said already, in terms of points, O'Hara gets those 25 points from the feature race. But it is Andika Ramamulana who should be leading after our first track visit in Suzuka with a sprint race win, 2nd position in the feature race. And then Luke Burrs probably was 3rd in the feature race and 2nd in the sprint race. But with that, with O'Hara coming back here in the feature race, I think that opens this 3-driver battle now going to Mount Panorama because they all scored big.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, maximum points for Brian Milana. Fantastic for him. You know, I don't think he was ever going to catch O'Hara. Obviously, once you give a quality driver like that a pole position start, and you're starting from 8th, chances of catching him are very slim. You know, he's going to have to make some pretty hefty mistakes. I think he did well to catch and get 2nd place, to be honest. I think he did very well, especially when you consider that tight pack of like 5 cars that were racing for a long period of time throughout that. We saw a couple of errors. So Vesson obviously made that little error. That put him back. Lou made that little error. That put him back like 3 places. You know, he could have easily been caught up in that. But Luke Burrs, you got to give him credit alongside Ramo Milana. They both did a fantastic job of weaving their way through the field. I think Ramo Milana's probably happy he got the move done on Luke Burrs in that first turn of the very first lap, because that just sort of set the field apart for them.
I absolutely loved how they went through the grid and managed to get 2nd and 3rd. As you said, Andrew O'Hara obviously getting a pole position. That gave him so many laps of clean air that no one else had, because 2nd position wasn't up to the pace. There was a Haisa at one point. He wasn't able to get any faster laps in, but maybe Milana and Burrs had the chance there to run a similar pace, but they were stuck in traffic, kind of. They first had to overtake these other drivers after having strong sprint races. So O'Hara did the best he could, really used the time that was given to him, maximized it, got the 25 points, and with that, as I said, opening up the 3-way battle for Mount Panorama and our first race. It will run in the same format, so we'll have like 50-minute sprint race, 45-minute feature race. So once again, we will see different tactics, and maybe someone like Devilish Singh can once again show a great strategy to get well within the top 5. Absolutely love that, and I said it must feel so good for him as a driver, sitting there and being like, yep, I played this right. I read everything correctly, saw the weather, knew my lap times, and then did the right move to get up to a top spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to look at the replay and see where he was, because I think he was 9th, maybe 10th when he went in for that pit stop. He certainly wasn't one of the front runners we were focusing on, because there was like that front pack. So he must have got in, and he went in early. I noticed he was one of the first 5 to pit stop, and really got some nice clean track and just posted some fantastic laps while everybody else is fighting, because they were fighting hard for quite a few laps, which would obviously slowed them down even more. But yeah, to come out there and to come out right on the heels of Luke Burrs, you know, as he came out, he almost got 3rd place. He was almost a podium position there, with that undercut. So the undercut working wonders. Obviously, when we go to Mount Panorama, is that going to be the same? Who knows? We've got a sprint race before we get there, with the qualifiers already decided for that. And then obviously we're looking at who's going to be there for the 45-minute race. Is the top 8 going to work out? We heard from Simonini earlier on talking about Mount Panorama. You've got to be gentle at the start. 99% is what he said. 99%, not 100, just 99%. Just take it calm and easy, especially when you think at the start you get obviously go down the big straight and then you go into Griffin's Bend. That's where we could see some incidents, people trying to undercut. You know, it's a tricky corner. You can hold the inside, but it's got to go almost single file after that, because then you start getting to the tight, twisty corners. It's going to be very interesting. Loving the fact that this is on the calendar this year.
Yeah, it's a different track, different rhythm that the drivers need to bring, different strategies, and different challenge that we'll face once we come back with the Bathurst and Mount Panorama race, the second race in the APAC regions group finale. We head out for a short break, then we come back with the standings and more racing action right from Australia. Lamborghini, the real race is back and underway with the second track because we just finished Suzuka, the sprint and a feature race there. And Lee, before kicking off Mount Panorama and any travel to Bathurst, obviously there's a sim race and we don't have to get on planes to get to Australia. That's the good part. Let's talk about the actual standings that we have after the first two races. 16 points is what Andika Ramamulana grabbed on the first sprint race. And then he got second position in main, which means he's obviously leading 35 points over Andrew O'Hara. Like, not 35 points in general, but over Andrew O'Hara with 29.
Yeah, and Luke Burrs obviously gained himself a second and third place as well, puts him on that 27 points, so great work from him. Giacomin, by the way, great work from him to get back and get that 20 points, because obviously he slipped out twice and came back twice, so very well worked from him. Oscar Lou in the end, yeah, while he fell down a little bit, ends up with 12 points, that 8th place, so obviously the penalty didn't affect him as much as it did, but Davlis Singh, his little sneaky move in the main race paid off. The pit stop early absolutely brought him dividends. And remember, top 6 is where the money is. So that's where you're looking towards right now.
Yeah, it is. And as you said, Davlis Singh is still in a good position there, just 1 point off the top 6 currently in the standings. Liu Hyson and then Chang should be on 10th position with 6 points in total. But we're giving away another big point bucket when heading over to Mount Panorama, but we also give a bit of credit to people that messaged us with cool pictures of their rig at home, and I always love that because I'm not really a builder. I need to have everything
nice.
Done for me, but this, I mean, I always wondered how people get the fourth screen up there. I would love to do that. I know it's it's a holder and everything, but it just looks cool. This is great.
And he's got his lighting and everything as well working in there, so that is a full surround sound, like immersion. I mean, I'm jealous because I don't have trips either. I'm kind of like I'm a single screen poor soul at the moment. I'm debating the curved screen or the triple screens at the moment. I know you've got triples, so actually no, you've switched, haven't you? I
still have the triples here. Also run an ultra wide setup, but I love Max. It's Max 996. Probably a Porsche fan also looking at his screen as well.
Safe to say, yeah.
Yeah, safe to say with that one. Switching over to a Lamborghini fan, it seems. Nicholas Delort with that beautiful, that looks like a Lego figurine with the Lamborghini logo on. Absolutely love that. Looks really cool. I think that's a full Fanatec rig actually, because I can see the frame of the first rigs that they did back in the days. Also think that's a single screen setup, and I totally understand that. Ultra wide or wide screens in general are really nice. It just costs less space, easy to set up. I quite like it.
That was the same frame they had in the studio, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Here we go. This is what I used to be. This is you gotta love this. The old desk rigs. I wonder if he's got like the proper chair in there, or whether he's got like a couple of blocks under his wheels to try and stop the chair sliding backwards.
But
that's what it used
Fidel
to be.
Moreira, did he not race with us last season?
He did. Moreira did. Absolutely raced last season, I'm sure of it. I mean, assuming it's the same man. He raced in Nala, didn't he?
Yeah.
And maybe he is racing actually next week. We'll find out whether he's racing next week. Here we go. This is a nice setup. Allo frame. Looks like the same frame I have actually. I think it is. So nice frame overall. Nice trip set up there.
Yeah, it's by Giacomin, one of the drivers that we just saw in the race and that we will see in the next race in Mount Panorama. So yeah, that's where Luca is sitting. If you're wondering, the poor soul that was nearly pushed out of the race twice still managed to be, I think, 7th. Currently in the standings, just 1 point away from 6th, where all the money is laying on. At the end of the regional fights before go global, basically, and do the big shootout, kinda. But let's head over, finally, to Australia, and let's talk about Mount Panorama, the legendary track of Bathurst, where you basically just go up a mountain and then go down a mountain. That's how easy it is.
Yeah, as easy as that.
Not much to do other than that. It's just up and down. Like I said, 6.2 kilometers long, but it is 6.2 kilometers that are absolutely crazy because even the way up is already weird, going through these tight walls left and right, and then this downhill section, Lee, that's where it all goes absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and it's scary. It can be scary. If you're side by side going into the chase, down the Conrod Straight is the big straight that goes down the hill, and if you're going into the chase, it's like a small kink to the right, and then it goes into this sort of I wouldn't say it's a sharp left-hander. It's not sharp at all, but but it feels sharp because the speed you're going into turn 21. You are absolutely at max speed coming into that. And if you go into that little tight right kink and don't have your position set, sometimes you find if you get that smallest toe on the grass, you can find yourself in some serious trouble.
Yeah, not easy at all. Talking about, if you wonder, that looked a bit like Spa and was located in Belgium.
I was looking at that, yeah, I was like, I'm going to ignore that.
Don't be confused, that's not where we're going. We go to the real Mount Panorama in Australia, the original one, because ACC obviously got the license for that, and laser scanning and whatever else they have for this track. And if you now wonder, wait, that was a bit quick, a flyover, and didn't really get what to do in Mount Panorama. It is a crucial track where you have to know every little detail to make it onto the top spot. Then don't worry, because we got, once again, Giorgio Simonini giving us a proper track guide and showing us where to overtake on the upcoming track.
Here we are in our hot lap guide video in Mount Panorama Battles with the Lamborghini EVO2. We tried to maximize our exit by hitting the curb on the right. Then now in turn 1 we brake just once the red wall finishes and try to have a good apex here and maximize our exit just by hitting the curb on the right. We try to max rev at 8,300, and here we'll have a lot of overtake chances. We stay on the left side to brake at the 70 meter board, just once the great track there, and then we try to maximize our exit here by hitting the curb, go all on the right, to have a very good entry in the next corner, release a little just to brake straight. We try to stay close to the wall on the left and accelerate straight, hit the curb on the right. We push all on the left to have a good exit here, just release a little because this car is understeering a lot. And then we have this section here which is very tricky to try to avoid the walls and at the same time accelerate as much as you can. Then we anticipate here the entry and you hit the curb on the right. And here on the most iconic corners in Mount Panorama, where you want to have as much speed as you can and don't hit the walls, but at the same time have a lot of speed. So again, here we go in second gear, very easy to lock there, and then again we have the back straights, and here we will see a lot of action with the overtaking side by side with the slipstream. And again we have the sixth gear here, we're gonna end up to 270, 280 later. This is pretty fast, and then we try to brake between 100 and 150 meter board. Try to maximize our entry, avoid the curb on the left. Then we go towards the last corner of this track, where you want to brake at the 100 meter board. And again, try to maximize your entry. Have a good exit on the curb on the right, and this was a lap of Bathurst.
Giorgio Simonini showing us the Bathurst Mount Panorama track. Thanks for that. Once again, he's obviously one of the Lamborghini eSports drivers now. And these guys he's seen today, they could be joining him very, very soon on that team if they win Lamborghini The Real Race. Money on the line, job on the line, so everything you need kind of in life. That's it. And driving a Lamborghini. So I would say that's the perfect mix. Still working on the driving a Lamborghini bit on my part, but getting there. Slowly but surely. Second race of the day, and we will head over to Australia to see Joseph Morgan doing a bit better after, he pitted for dry tires, as he said in chat, on the previous feature race. So that's how he lost all that time. He started 9th and couldn't really bring points home. Lucas Burrs, he had a great start, coming in 3rd on the feature race, 2nd in the sprint race. So one of the top 3 drivers to look out for here in Mount Panorama. We also have Kanak Satam, who was struggling a bit in the rain at Suzuka. So maybe if we get proper sunset and summer feeling in Australia, that could be more up his alley. We'll figure out very, very soon. Oscar Liu, unfortunately, grabbing a 15-second penalty in the feature race in Suzuka. That kind of cost him a few points here and there. Heisey, 2nd position he was in the feature race for quite a long time, following Andrew O'Hara. Couldn't get that and transfer that into big points, though, after he pitted. Lost a few positions here and there. Maya Gathel, I think he was the driver And caused, unfortunately, a few issues here and there when he was overtaken by the leading pack. He was a back marker, so let's hope that everything goes his way when we go to Mount Panorama and getting into our next race. Mulana on pole position, followed by Andrew O'Hara. Devilish Singh third. That will be very strong for him. Giacomin in fourth, Rahman in fifth, Morgan sixth, Wesson seventh, and Lucas Burrs all the way back. 7 position between him and Andika Rama Mulana. That will not be easy. Chatuma 9th, and then Rose to close out the top 10 here in our second race. So, Mulana leading in points, overall standings. Andrew O'Hara is second there, and then it would be Lucas Burrs in third, but with Lucas being down to 8th, this will be crucial 50 minutes for him to make it back, unless he just chills an 8th and get a pole position for the main race. Different strategies could be applied here for our second race of the day. APAC region, Suzuka is out of the way. Mount Panorama is up next. Mulana will start the race here, and for the second time of today, he will do so on pole position. Green lights we have, and off away we go. Andrew O'Hara still on the outside, not really going for it though, because that's a way tighter corner than on Suzuka. But we see Devilish Singh already on the inside. I think he's alongside Andrew O'Hara right now, and it seems like Mulana couldn't ask for way more than Devilish Singh getting into this fight immediately. Giacomin came through nicely, Rahmat came through nicely, but a few contacts down the back.
Yeah, Luke Burst is just sort of fighting with Vessel already, so he's managed to squeeze on through. As I say, when it starts to tight out, you go around the Griffin Bend and then into the cutting. You try and keep it as tight as you can, because you're suddenly going to go down the gears and up round the corner, and you can see they're starting to single file out now, and that's where you expect them to work out, but it looked pretty clean. A drive-through penalty for Gatal. Don't know what happened at the back there, but he's got himself a drive-through penalty already. But Andika Ramamalana and Devilish Singh, more importantly, getting ahead of O'Hara. That is what they're going to be looking for. Great start from him.
Yeah, definitely, dude. I absolutely think that was what Mulana was looking for. Devilish Singh immediately stopping.
Oh, Mulana caught the inside curve. Oh, it didn't cost him. Look at him, but he just caught the first curve as you approach it. Managed to take Skyline perfectly fine, but just clipped the curve, and that's where things can be very dangerous. Look at that. You can see the damage already done to his front right wing. So already clattered something. Hopefully it doesn't affect his speed.
Yeah, he probably lost some winglands on the right side of this Super Trofeo EVO2 that we're racing today. But luckily, he was able to keep Devilish Singh behind, who's now launching it. And that's a massive speed difference between Devilish Singh and Andika Rama Mulana. Is the car that much damage? That will be absolutely... that would be mind-blowing here. If Mulana couldn't keep the car together for just one lap while leading the pack and throwing away big points early in the sprint race.
Yeah, that's going to cost him, and you know O'Hara's going to pounce on that. Absolutely, certainly cost him speed coming out. He obviously came out the elbow pretty slow there for Devilish Singh to get past him so simply this time around. Giacomin also up behind him, but Devilish Singh off to an absolute stormer from third to first in one lap. You got to be loving that, there's no doubt about it. There is a gap forming already. The top 8 is breaking away. Shotima slowing everyone up at the moment. O'Hara looking up the inside here, should hold the position as well as the get down in towards the Griffin Bend. Should be able to hold it as he skips it round. Is the undercut going to work out for Ramamalana? I don't think it should. O'Hara's going to have the inside corner once again. He should be able to hold it. He's being squeezed, but finally gets his elbows out and puts Ramamalana wide.
Yeah, Mulana now dropping one position after
another. What's happened further back?
Giacomin also getting involved very, very soon. That's Lucas Beers once again doing what he did on the feature race in Suzuka already. There he was following Mulana through the doors. Now he has to open these doors himself. And Rahmat still able to defend 5th position, but Lucas Beers is definitely on the hunt. And Joseph Morgan, as I said, he was switching, unfortunately, onto dry tires during a heavy rain in Suzuka. So that was just a little mistake there that cost him a ton of points while we happened in Japan. But here in the sunny Australia, it now looks a lot better for you.
Absolutely. Luke Burst just gained 2 positions there, and that I saw him shoot up 3 places. I assumed there was a crash, but No, it was just simply a case of a pack jostling for position. Further down, Garnham fighting for it. I actually want to look towards Rambo Milana because I want to see. He looked like he was struggling. He is. He's really losing pace, isn't he? Once they hit that main straight, coming out of the elbow, he has not got the race pace. Clearly, the damage to his front right is causing him some serious speed issues, and he has lost now 3 places because of it from an unforced error on that corner.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be better for him to just pull in the pits right now, get rid of the pit stop. That means he has to really
He won't have one. It's a sprint.
Oh, no, it's sprint race.
Yeah.
We're not in the... my mind was in feature race because I was thinking about pit stops.
He just needs to hold the top 8. He's just got to hang on, basically, is the best he can hope for, I think. And I think he should be okay. There is a bit of a gap. You can see a couple of second gap between 4th and 5th now, so maybe he'll be able to hold on.
But look at the gaps in between. Like, as soon as Rahmat is
on
onto
him,
Milana and he opens the door, everyone will move.
Yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem for him at the moment. Garnham at the moment, he's fending off one. It's Jeff Newton that's further down the field, looking to see if he can squeeze through. Here's Luke Burrs. He's been making waves, but he's lost a position once again to Joseph Morgan. We were talking about Joseph Morgan running quite far down on Suzuka. Wasn't happy with that. Was 9th in the sprint race, so clearly got the hot laps in there. But Luke Burrs definitely put in some work. Let's have a quick look at the replay for him. This was the battle on the last lap where they were all jostling, 4 of them for positions, what we're talking about. I saw him shoot up 3 places and I thought there'd been a crash because that's usually what it is, but it's simply a case of the 4 cars all fighting for it around the corner.
I absolutely love how Lucas Burrs went through that. I mean, that was ice cold. Had a great run out of the right-hander previously and then up the hill. He was just launching it. Switching left to right, wasn't even on the same line all the time. He was really switching lanes from left to right, overtaking people on both sides, and then absolutely paid off for him. Someone a bit off track there around Oscar Liu. That could have been Shaquille, I think.
I feel like Chang maybe got a nudge from Liu there as he went through. We'll see whether keep an eye on that penalty, but it looked like Oscar Liu went through clean to me. I think Chang just ran wide.
Milana still 2.3 seconds in front of Rahmat. Yep, 2.6 it still is. So let's see if he might got the grips with the car again, dialed in. I'm not so sure about that just yet, because he really will have to fight them off. If he's losing it to Rahmat, there will be Morgan, there will be Beers. And then all of a sudden, he might be outside of the top 8, and as I said, ooh, that is a big launch into the last corner by Morgan. They go side by side on the exit. Both drivers really playing along well here, and that could be the chance for Joseph Morgan to go through and sending Fatli Rahmat 1 position back, and he does so. Beautifully executed here. Slightly risky, but absolutely on point.
But the fact that they're fighting is buying Milana some time, right? We're only
Definitely.
8 minutes to go in this. It is 2 minutes a lap, so you're looking at 4, maybe 5 more laps. Probably 5 because they're sort of running pretty quick at the moment. The front sort of guys are. But the fact that now Joseph Morgan, can he chase down Rambo Milana? That's the real chance. Here's Garner once again fighting off Jeff Newton. Jeff Newton just a little too far back for that one, looking to send it into Griffin, but didn't quite work out for him. So let's have a look towards Liu and Chang here. This is where I thought maybe he got nudged. Liu sent it up the inside, and it was an unusual position. It's not where you normally expect an overtake to come through, so I was wondering whether he actually did connect. Let's have a look up the inside. No, that's clean.
He just went up. I think
he forced Chang to run wide there.
Oh, yeah. The problem was he couldn't turn in because Liu was on the inside.
Yeah, Liu just held it.
He was just way too quick for the downhill section. But well played by Liu. I mean, can't blame him for that maneuver, especially since he had so much more speed coming down the hill than Chang. So I totally get why he did that. But you said Milana, he's still 1.9 seconds in front of Morgan. He needs everyone else to fight because it is the sprint race. Means we will reverse the order of the top 8 for the feature race. That is 45 minutes long. And we'll see whoever's on 8th right now as the leader going into the long race.
Oh, that's dangerously tight, but I think he's going to be able to defend it. Wesson is going to be on the inside on this corner. Can he try and force it through? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Rahmat holding off.
Well played by both drivers. Once again, you really see the respect they have here and ensuring that we see close and good racing, aggressive racing, but still all fair. Luke Rose losing a position there. That was not Liu. I think that's Chang.
Yeah.
It's definitely not.
Oh, outbraked massively there. What? Missed that one. Lost himself 3 places.
That was like, is that Duttinger Höhe? Several kilometers going straight. It's like, no, it isn't. We're still in Mount Panorama, although the hilly section might be similar. And then overshooting the last corner.
Vessen's going to send it into Griffin. Vessen's having a look once again. Look at that defending there. Making sure that he couldn't get through. And around the Griffin that goes. So Vessen, he's been trying it a couple of times. Let's have a look at the front markers. Davlish Singh still leading this race. Great start from him from third to first on the first lap. And O'Hara still up behind him. Gakomin also keeping it back. But look at that, the gap that's forming now because of Ramamolana's problems. Speaking of the problems, half a second lost already to Joseph Morgan in that lap since Joseph Morgan got past Rakamat. So you've got to keep right. Has he got the time? I don't think so. Oh, Rakamat's just connected. Speaking of, that is a big one. Down through the S's there, I think it was. Rakamat just catching up. And he gets caught out. In the end, that's not gone to where I wanted it to. There's Rakamat coming out. He's lost himself a couple of places there. O'Hara now back on the heels of Davlish Singh. A chance here as they come down the straight.
It's just incredible today how often we see someone doing a mistake or being unlucky, like getting a 50-second penalty or crashing like Mulana did. And then somehow the rest of the pack is like, let me help you out there. You still can do this. Because once again, it will be Mulana who has a bit more breathing space for him. But it is Andrew O'Hara's chance to pass Davlish Singh, get the 16 points in the sprint race, and then getting the lead in the standings. Well, we will see another replay coming in of Shaquille, who was a bit further down, 14th position. What happened there? Was that what we saw in the background? That is Rose behind him, yep. So Rose going up the inside, not getting the car alongside. Oh!
Sent in the Griffin bend, wasn't he?
I would say that was a bit... I
think he just turned in.
Yeah,
turned in on him,
yeah. I would still say that's some sort of a dive bomb, but I like that he went for it. It was just... It wasn't played well by both drivers. Luke Rose also had to step back around the apex, but... Like I said, I like when drivers are still aggressive and trying things. So I'm not blaming anyone here. That was just, for me, that was racing.
Well, Burs and Vessen, they're fighting further down in 6th and 7th. As you can see, the top three still very tight. Davlish Singh under pressure from Andrew O'Hara, the winner last year of the championship for the APAC region. Definitely putting the times in. You know, he just won the main race as well in Suzuka. So obviously got the confidence about him once again.
Yeah,
Luke Burs has done it. Burs has done it. He's got through. Or has he? Or has he? Has he done it? That's the question. Yes, he has. He's got through on Wesson now. So managing to hold that position. Where did he do that move? There must have been the
going
Griffin
up
bend.
the hill is... He seems like to have a bit more power on his car. He constantly is overtaking people going up the hill, so that seems to be his favourite sector.
Oh, this Bonnet's talking to me. Chottimer, what's happened here, son? He's had an incident somewhere, so that's why he's struggling at the moment, down in 18th. Satam up behind him. Yeah, definitely had contact on the front of that Lamborghini. Yeah,
that's not how it's normally aligned with the bonnet there. Luckily, there's no engine underneath, because obviously these Super Trofeos are midship cars. Davlish Singh still leading after he got that given by Mulana, who did an unforced error early in this sprint race. But Andrew O'Hara so far not really attacking Davlish Singh. Wonder if he just want to risk it and be like, I get points, I get more points than Mulana, I could take him again in the feature race, maybe. Who knows? This is the fight for 8th position, and that is the fight for the pole position in the feature race. We see Lou in the background, who would have loved to get pole position in Suzuka, but also, I think on the first race he got a penalty, but he definitely got a one on the feature race. Quite sure about the sprint. Currently, Heisey, he was second for a long time in the feature race in Suzuka. And if he can just hold on 2 minutes and a tad longer than that to this position, then he has a great chance, because let's be real, Mount Panorama overtaking, not easy.
No, absolutely. Chottimer is still under pressure, as you'd expected. Satam should get this done eventually. Obviously, that Lamborghini carrying quite a chunk of damage, so still not hands to hang on there. I'm seeing Burs and Vessen trading places once again. So they've traded once again. Looks like Burs has retaken the spot of Vessen. I think Vessen was probably challenging him into the Griffin bend, judging by the position of the track they were in. So they are on the way up the hill. Something that always gets me with this track, actually, I'm going to see if I can get in front camera view, just to show you how scary it is. Once you come into Skyline in a moment, so he's just going to come around the park. Damn you, auto director! I was trying to highlight the Skyline, just how scary it is to come into there if you don't carry the same line or the correct line, which is actually what happened to Rambalana. If you're not carrying the correct line, as soon as you get into the S's and Dipper, that's when if you're out of position, it just ruins that whole downhill section.
Yeah, there's just really that one ideal line to make it through, and it's so hard to even follow other cars. Not going alongside. Alongside is the nightmare of every driver, kind of. But it's good to see that Jacquemin is in this fight as well, and he's looking at the top 5 standings, basically. If he scores big here, then he will jump up the leaderboard and get himself into the top 5. And he might even be able to take Andrew O'Hara. 34 seconds, 30 seconds, 32 maybe, across the line. That means this should be our last lap of the race. Devlish Singh has to defend top spot just for one more lap over Andrew O'Hara, who is looking good, but also not looking super aggressive. I think he's playing it safe here, playing it smart, and be like, Mulana's behind. I can do this. I just need the points, because Devlish Singh, so far, is not a real threat in the overall standings for it.
Yeah, I mean, he was, 7th, I think, overall in points, so this is definitely going to put him up into the top 6, so he's going to be in the money. And I think O'Hara doesn't look like he's going to get it done here unless Devlish Singh makes a serious mistake. I don't think he's going to risk it on what is effectively his home track, the Australian. O'Hara, this will put him in great stead. This will put him first in points, I believe, overall, because the fact that Mulana is down in 4th should give him that advantage. Obviously, it means he's going to be starting in 7th place in the next race as well. This is what I was talking about. They come into Skyline now, and you've got to make sure you're on the right run here, down this hill. You can't be too wide. You can't be out of position. You have to run it as best you can. Very interesting, actually. If I can just jump in car, I want to see, can I see the gears? Takes it in second. Okay, so he takes elbow in second. So this is something that I've covered this track a couple of times in various races, and seeing what I'm always interested. Do they take it first or second? It varies per driver what they take the elbow in.
I prefer in second, I have to say, but also have to say I really love this downhill section. It reminds me a bit of the Star Wars trench run, to be honest. Maybe that's the version of motorsport world. There's no destroyed Death Star at the end of it. Sometimes there's a destroyed car at the end of it. That was what Andika Ramamulana had to face, but to be honest, with all the damage he got and everything he lost, it's still good to see him in 4th, but it's also good to see Devlish Singh getting a race win here in Bathurst on Mount Panorama in the sprint race in front of Andrew O'Hara. Jacquemin 3rd. That is the podium spot that we get here, and Andika Ramamulana still managing to hold on to 4th. Especially with seeing everyone else fighting right behind. Then it's Morgan, Joseph Morgan, way better than he had been in Suzuka. Lucas Burrs in 6th. Unfortunately, not as close as to Andika Ramamulana as he would like to be. Wesson, Heisey, and Lou. Then it's... Did Chang... No, Chang crossed the line previously. So Chang rounding out the top 10.
Yeah. And then Raj, Rahmat, Rose, etc. with some penalties possibly for Rose to slip him further down the field. Fantastic race. It was all done in the first lap, wasn't it, by Devlish Singh, managing to get himself that first position. Fantastic work from 3rd place up to the win for him in the sprint race. That means he's going to be starting out in 8th position as we switch things over, going over to the main race, the 45-minute race. There will be pit stops, and it's still looking very dry, judging by the weather.
Yeah, it will be very interesting in terms of strategy. To see what they come up with in Australia, because we saw it there. Overtaking is not that easy. You can easily do a mistake and then end up with a damaged car that will really cost you a lot of time on that one long stretch when they come down the mountain, and then they have to really give it their all and be at their fastest. And if you lose time there just due to one of the winglets being missing on the front lap being gone, that is devastating and really hurts your performance overall. That will be defined and decided in our last race of the APAC region in today's show. That will be the 45-minute feature race on Mount Bathurst, coming at you right after the break.
I promise you
Lee Smith and Rennie Butler back with Lamborghini, the real race. Coming at you from Australia for the feature race here at Mount Panorama. But first, we had Suzuka, we had a feature and sprint race there. We got some points given to drivers, and now is the last chance to get back onto top spots with Andika Ramanulana, Andrew O'Hara, Devlish Singh, everyone trying to grab those big points, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. It's time now to step up, I guess. Chotama sort of stepped up. He had a few problems, though. You could see he was the one with the talking Lamborghini, as it was, the bonnet.
Favorite driver by now,
not
42
looking,
years.
Not looking great, yeah. Vesson, he's been doing very well, actually, the young 21-year-old. His favorite Lamborghini Countach, 21. Was it around then? Was that like before he was born?
That was before he was born.
Yeah, definitely. The Countach's quite an old one these days. Tristan Carter, 36-year-old Aussie. He actually did well in qualifying, but fell away in the race a little bit. He's going to be starting out in, I think, 16th place. I'll have to find out once everybody sets themselves up in the race here. Shaquille also, didn't he get 10th? I think he did in the Suzuka race, if I'm not mistaken. So he's also in good standing. We'll see what he can do here in the main race in Australia.
Luke Rose, 35 years old, from Australia as well. He had a good race, but also a little contact here and there, so you want to definitely do better than that. In the last feature race, he is actually starting from... Oh, he's currently not on the grid yet. He is 12th. So if that grid is correct, then he's at least close to the top 10. Showing 20-year-olds from Hong Kong. Did not see a lot of him today. I think he dropped from the first race. Wasn't that the case?
No, he's in here. He's definitely in here. Yeah.
Oh, he's starting second. I completely overlooked him there. I don't
know if he's starting there, but he's going to be... I think that's just where they are joining the server at the moment. That's not where they're starting. I think the red number is where they're starting, right? Is Heiser starting on the pole position? Yeah, O'Hara's 7th. Yeah, it is absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Then what I said was completely wrong.
He's starting in 16th. Yeah, he's going to be 16th at the start of this race. Luke Rose will be starting in 17th, just behind him as well.
Yeah.
So that's where the points start to fall away. Chotama, actually, we also looked at, it's going to be 18th. So that whole pack is together, basically. So, who's starting on pole? It is going to be Heiser. Heiser started second, I think it was, in Suzuka as well, didn't he? Just behind O'Hara last time around. This time he starts on pole. He's going to have Vesson up behind him, so Vesson's going to be looking to try to get that move done early. See whether the Australian can try and get himself in a position. We saw Devlish Singh doing it in the sprint race, going from third to first on the first lap. We'll see whether anybody can match that. And more importantly, can they keep it out the walls? You saw how much damage just that small hit on the very first lap from Andika Ramanulana. He ended up 9 seconds behind that front three leading pack. That's how much that one little tap did to him.
Yeah, and they have to do that 45 minutes on the edge. That's the thing here now. There's also pit stops, so once again we will see different strategies, and I wonder if Devlish Singh has another ace up his sleeve. That would be very interesting if he just got it right today. Maybe it's his lucky day where he could do whatever and still get a good pit stop. But it will be, once again, the story around Mulana and Andrew O'Hara, probably. These should be the top guys in terms of standings when we go into this feature race. But Andrew O'Hara, so far, looks just way more collected. He's calm, chilled out, and just really good.
I mean, he's been there, done it, right? That's,
true.
He was the champion last season. Absolute solid driver. I think he even missed the first race of the season, if I'm not mistaken, as well. And still came back and won it. Because obviously last season we did qualifying per race.
Oh, no.
And he...
Do you see that?
What's that?
Do you see the rain in the free practice session currently?
But that's in free practice. I think it's going to change. Do you think, when they go to race...
Mount Panorama.
Well, so normally, so if I'm not mistaken, the sprint race is done at 2 o'clock daytime, and the main race is done at 3 o'clock daytime.
Yeah.
So I think that might change. I think.
I just want them to win the second.
I do see it in the rain, though. Yeah, there is a lot of rain here in free practice, but the free practice could certainly, once they jostle it to main race, I think it will change. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll be happy with rain, but I don't think the drivers will be like 2 rain races back to back. What are you trying to tell us?
Yeah, that's true. It's like a very rainy weekend then, and Mount Panorama down the hill in the rain. Oof, that is a proper... Mount Panorama on itself is already a challenge. Doing that in the rain, that is like top notch. Doesn't get better than that. So...
By the way, did you see...
It is raining. There is rain with Heisey, Wesson, and Birds Morgan at the top 2 rows. And they will be out there having their wipers on full.
Yeah, I'm going to try and rejoin because I think I am not in the right place.
Not on the right server, though. All right. Morgan, as I said, closing up the first 2 rows. Then it's Milana, Jakimin, O'Hara, and Devilish Singh for the top 8. So Singh obviously won the sprint race. Liu Chang, that's the next row. Raj, Rahmat, Garnham, Jeff Newton, and then it's Tristan Carter for the top 15. With Luke Rose on 17th. We got Choing on 16th. Chotima, the 42-year-old driver, absolutely love that. Because that means I'm still well within the average driver age, I would say. Appreciate that he's in here and trying his best. I mean, it's already good that he qualified. That's already a hard thing.
All right, here we go.
But we're ready to start the main race, the feature race at the first, with Heisey, Wesson, and Birds leading the pack right now. Just waiting for green, and away they go. Wesson has an awful start. I think Luke Beers got away a lot better, but he steps back for the first corner. Everyone tries to be on the safe side, but Heisey already managed to overshoot turn 1, and that will give away for Wesson and Birds to go through. Morgan might be closing the gap already. Adika Ramamulana looking for a big chance into the next corner, and this is not how you want to start from pole position.
No, totally did himself on the first corner. Oh, he's gone wide on the Griffin Bend as well, and Andika Ramamalana goes through. Luke Burst is through. Guy Comin is through. Oh, and there's a truck. Oh, no! Who's that sideways? That looks like O'Hara. Is that O'Hara? Who was that? There was a car sideways back there. We'll have to have a look at that, but it looked like certainly his car. It may have been Rahman. I'm not sure if that was Rahman. I'm trying to think. It was one of the black and red Lamborghinis further back there. It wasn't O'Hara, I don't think. He is safe through. But there was a car sideways on the edge of the Griffin Bend, and that's just blocked everybody. That's actually going to cause a big gap already.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's a very narrow track down there. And then having someone sideways in front of you, everyone bunching up. Oh, someone losing.
That was O'Hara. O'Hara connected there. And O'Hara's in all sorts of trouble here. I think that's Joseph Morgan and Lou as well that's been connected in there. But yeah, O'Hara's got damage. It was quite a lot of damage to the front of that.
Heisey lost control over the curb. I think the car just slipped away. Then O'Hara connected. They all went into the wall, and that is some big damage on that Huracán Super Trofeo EVO2 on the front right again. Just like Andika Ramamulana had in the sprint race, this will cost time.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That is absolutely going to hurt. You can see Mishra trying to put some moves on as they go down the straight, trying to squeeze on through. Just a right-hander, a cheeky little right-hander into a tight left-hander is what he's looking towards. Further down, you can see they're fighting, jostling behind. I think that's Shakil and Rahmat we were looking at. Ramamalana and Luke Burrs here. Oh, that was almost a tap from behind. Komi just got on the brakes in time as Burrs just outbraked himself there. Ramamalana's going to have the inside line here as they come into turn 1. Gaikoma also just straight on his backside. See if he can squeeze through, but Ramamalana, he's actually tried to go 3 wide into the first corner, and it's worked. That was a little bit elbows, but it worked.
It certainly did, and Beers he really lost his position on the curb there. You saw him struggling to get any grip, to balance out the car, to get those tires on the ground, to really blast out of the corner. And in the end, he had to pay for that little mistake, going a bit wide into the last corner. Andika Ramamulana already on second position. That is the nightmare of Andrew O'Hara, that Milana is just going through easily like he does. I wouldn't call that easy though. It's like just going through in the first laps of this race. 1.67 to Wesson, and let's be real here, Milana is definitely quicker.
Yes, I think so. I think that might be looking for that first spot. Oh, there's another incident. That's Heisa again, sideways back there, and he's let everybody through this time around. So that's he's lost another 5, 6, 7 places there. He's down to 16th. Started out in pole position, so disaster for Heisa here. Obviously been involved in quite a few incidents on the first lap. A lot of pressure on him, no doubt about it. Seems to have cost him. That looks like it's Joseph Morgan regaining some spots as he goes through. He was running up in the top 10 earlier on, so he's just connected with the wall. That was a pure no pressure incident, just connected with the wall himself, and that's the danger. As soon as you start this downhill charge, you can put so much damage on it. We saw it with Ramo Milana in the sprint race. Some of these guys already carrying a fair chunk of damage.
Yeah, that was just a turn in, being set a bit too early for the corner and pushing the inside wall. Not great, and they will have to live with that damage for the rest of the race, or at least until the pit stop. Wonder, Rahmat already went in. I wonder if O'Hara is considering that. What was she joining and high sea fighting? Was that? No, it was Newton right behind us. They go side by side into the chicane of the last sector. But we have a replay here of Mishra. And you see, look at the poor visibility these guys have.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's
There
actually
just came a car in front of him, like out of the
nothing
mist.
you could do about that. That's so I assume that was Heisa, right? That looked like Heisa's car to me, so that must be why he went further down. As you say, Rahmat also pit stop there. Oh, we're 2x2 going into the first corner here. This is Mishra and Chang just ahead of him as Shaquille looks to try and take any opportunity he can as they go down the mountain straight up the hill into the Griffin Bend. See if they can squeeze any opportunities out here. Looks like they will go back into single file, see if they can dive out. They're all trying to hold it as much as they can. Shaquille's deciding he wants to go wide, and it's actually, I think, Chang that just lost out there as he goes back. Sorry, it was Mishra that fell out there. Chang's the one in the lead in the blue car, both driving the blue cars. Catching me out.
Yeah, I think Chang actually had to lift off the throttle just a tiny bit there to not run into the bank of Choing, and that gave the chance to Shaquille to go through, and it worked out, at least for one position so far. Mitchell Wesson still leading after giving the lead by Heisey, who had an awful start into this feature race, I have to say. But Wesson will be under pressure by Dika Ramamulana in just a few seconds, because he was just melting that, and he was not just melting the gap, he was completely closing it, catching Wesson on the entry there, spun him around. Not great. That will probably scream for penalty.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, whether that was a case of Wesson braking too much or Rambo Milana taking it too fast, we will find out. Rambo Milana's actually lost that spot as well to Guy Comin. So, yeah, I mean, we'll have a look back at that in just a few moments to figure out what exactly happened. But Guy Comin at the moment takes the lead. And Ramo Milana, I wonder if he took too much damage. Actually, I've got to be honest, he doesn't. He has got a couple of scratches there, so it's definitely been contact, but it's not heavy contact by any stretch.
At least not what's visible for us right now. But yeah, if Milana would pick up damage again, while O'Hara is also on damage, then all of a sudden it's leveled again. And Jacomin fights himself in the lead somehow.
Vessel's come in the pits. Vessel's come straight in the pits. So he said, right, okay, let's deal with that. Let's take the pit stop early. We'll see how it works out. Joseph Morgan also for the early pit stop as well. Luke Burst having a look up the inside of Ramo Milana. Not going to work out this time as they go into the Griffin Bend.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely hit. He got the hit by Milana. He got the smash into the wall. So there is damage on Wesson's car that needs to be fixed probably. Wonder if Milana can now fight off Burrs right behind him, and if the car is somehow slow, I think it is slower. He's not onto Jacomin's back as I would expect him to be, but it's also a better track here to fight people off. I mean, besides the long stretch that they come in at the end of the mountain when they drive all the way down again, but it's a lot better than Suzuka.
It feels like Ramo Milana's got himself his stride back on, doesn't he? He's back on the heels of Guy Comin, maybe wondering, waiting for that 15-second penalty that may well hit him or affect him. Either way, he needs to clear that out of his mind and get going, because, 15 seconds actually is not going to make him fall too far. because these guys are stretching the lead quite considerably. Look at Andrew O'Hara's car, though. That has seen better days. You can see quite a bit of damage on his car from that incident earlier on where he got clattered. Justin Morgan has picked up a 15-second penalty. I believe that may be from that incident, actually, because he was involved in it along with O'Hara, and it was Heiser, wasn't it?
It was. It's incredible how much action we already had in the first, well, not even 10 minutes yet. And with two of our favorites, that are O'Hara and Milana, sitting somehow on damage, which will make their pit stop, if they repair it, which I probably will, a bit longer, this might change the story of the race. Devilish Singh, he's in 5th. He won the sprint race, so at least he gained a few positions because he started in 8th. Maybe he can play the long game once again, doing the right pit stop. Everyone else has to repair damage, and then he could be in front of O'Hara and Milana again.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually in a better position, if anything. He just needs to make sure he can keep up with them. Obviously, he won the sprint race, as you say, so we know he's got the pace to stay in there, especially considering that O'Hara is carrying damage as well. I'm trying to look at Devilish Singh's car. I can't tell if that's got damage on it. It looks like it may have a bit of damage. That's what I was trying to get a glance of back there. I'm going to look back at the front runners, though, as they go up the hill through the Sulman Park, Feeney Park, and then on towards the skyline, which is always my favourite part of the track, to sort of see how they take this, because it's always the scariest part of the track as well, as they come down and approach the downhill sort of switchback, as it were. Let's have a look from... No, I will have a look. Let me! There we go. Into skyline. There we go. Guy Coleman. It's insisting that it doesn't want to look at the. Maybe the AI is scared as well. It's like no, we're not looking at it because they're all so tight together. That was a nice little camera switch. I like that.
You did well, man. Okay.
It wasn't me. I can't take the credit. ACC TV did that for me.
Absolute proud dad moment. Jacqueline still leading in front of Milana. There's O'Hara and Devilish Singh. That's the top 5. Can Luca hold on to it for much longer, though? I mean, we're talking about a bit more than half a second between him and Milana. Well, Chotima is under a lot of pressure by Jeff Newton, who's right behind. Should have waited a bit for this corner to get really the slingshot and then get the... just like the slingshot and get the slipstream here on the long stretch to make it through, but... exit wasn't good enough, though. Not going to happen.
Alright, a couple of replays coming up here. Kokomi looks like he's spread himself out a bit, so we maybe got a small chance to have a look back at some of the action that's been happening all around the track. As you say, it's been a hectic first 10 minutes already. As they're actually approaching a back marker already. That's some of the early pit stop guys, I guess. Possibly, I think it's Raj that's just ahead of them. So already starting to gain. And that could cause problems. Back markers on Mount Panorama can be a problem because you have those tight, twisty sections. It can really catch you off guard. If you catch that back marker in the wrong section, it can cost you quite dearly. Another 15-second penalty coming through on Mishri this time, and a drive-through penalty on Chang. So penalties starting to fly thick and fast.
Yes, I still wonder if we will see that penalty for Dika Ramamulana coming through. So far we didn't, and we also didn't see a replay of it. Would have loved to see it again, because I really wonder that to me looked like outbreaking himself, and then
I think he just lost the back end, but it does look like oh, hello. That's Luke Burst just taking a wild run there. That was a scary run for a moment for Luke Burst, but just managed to gather himself. I've interviewed two drivers. They're not in the MEA this time around. There's the back marker I was talking about. They do get past Raj. It was Dara McCormack and Tinko van der Velde, obviously took part last season here. And I covered a 6-hour at Mount Panorama, and they were talking about just how scary it is every time they get to that peak. Every time you reach the skyline and you start that approach down the hill. Every lap, even after for a 6-hour endurance, they're just like, it's like heart in your mouth. You're just sort of like praying that you don't make a mistake, because obviously, as we saw from Rama Milana, one little mistake can cost you so much going down there. Just clatter that corner of your car, maybe do some damage to the front wing or something like that. It can cost you so much time.
Yeah, we still have 31 minutes to go, and that's a long time to run around with damage and not being able to really get pace out of this car on this stretch that you currently have on your screens. Chang now doing his drive-through penalty, I assume, or his normal pit stop. I'm not quite sure what will be first for him. No penalty for Milana, so I think that one is probably through by now, I would say. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Devilish Singh just to do something.
To do something.
To do something. It's like, does he have another ace? Is there another good strategy that he just pulls out and be like, whoops, all of a sudden he's top 3? Not sure. Newton is looking for that spark as well when overtaking Chotima, the 42-year-old in front of him, to move up to 8th position. That's well within the points, though, for the feature race. So they're all doing good right now.
Yeah, Shaquille just keeping them in check as well behind them. So making sure everybody's tight to this one. It's Jeff Newton at the moment, all over Shotima's back. But I'm talking about the fact that if we do get a 15-second penalty, there's a massive gap between Lou and Garnham right now. 12-second gap in there at the moment. So even the top 6 really have pulled away from the rest of the field. I'm actually impressed that Andrew O'Hara has managed to keep himself in that 4th position.
Yeah, but for how much longer?
Well, he's maintained the gap. If anything, he's pulling away the gap from Devilish Singh, which is what's impressed me. That's why I kept looking at Devilish Singh's car to see if he'd taken damage. Chotima really hanging on here at the moment, under a lot of pressure from Jeff Newton behind. As they go down the hill once again, sweeping through 3 cars, bumper to bumper, swinging on down in towards the elbow. And then you got to take this elbow perfectly to get the exit, to get maximum speed on the way out. Oh, he was a little wide. Did he clip the wall there? I don't think he did. I think he was very close to it, though.
Yeah, he definitely had to get tighter in that corner than he was planning on, which gives a chance to Newton. But even with Slipstream, you see that there. Not much is happening. So Chotima was fast enough, but we see Shaquille actually launching an attack here on Newton. Will they actually swap places right behind Chotima? No, they don't. It looked a bit close on the previous camera angle. I was like, okay, where's that one coming from all of a sudden? But nope, Newton now looking up the inside maybe for the last corner. Did he consider pitting? Not halfway through yet. We just got 15 minutes roughly covered on this feature race. But the fight is still going on, and you're absolutely right. O'Hara is managing the gap to Devilish Singh very well, so maybe just get used to the damage.
Luke Burrs had an issue? Yes, there we go. Just caught him having an issue. O'Hara, I just still realised that O'Hara's just gained like a second plus on Luke Burrs. So he just gained quite a lot there. Luke Burrs having some kind of issue there. Either way, he's just lost quite a bit of time. And you can see O'Hara definitely got damage, quite a lot of damage on the back of front of that car from the incident on Haisa very early on. But yeah, that problem still persisted. This though is a battle still going on for 9th position, or 8th position I should say, as Shotima's defending at the moment, keeping Newton and Shaquille at bay.
Yeah, they're really doing well in this pack. The good racing that we see on the screen right now, very entertaining. And I love that everyone is just delivering here, no matter if it's the top runners or like the mid-pack that we see here around 8th, 9th, 10th. But Newton, he definitely wants to make a move somehow. He was close enough to Chotima twice already, or 3 times maybe. But he also knows getting involved into this fight and doing a small mistake or just, you know, like attacking and not making it through, that will open the door for Shaquille. That's the blue-yellow Huracan right behind. And you don't really want that. You want to keep your position, or at least gain one, but not lose one.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be careful you don't make too rash a move. Pit stop starting to come through. Wesson was one of the early ones to go in, wasn't he? I want to see where that works out for him.
Oh, he had to. That was the damage that he took.
And he was obviously running in pole position at the time. Obviously got possibly punted. There hasn't had been any penalties, so maybe a unforced error. If anything, he looked like he was a little out of position. Newton's coming in. He's decided enough's enough. This battle's not paying off for him, so he's going to come in the bits.
Yeah, it makes sense, I think. He's losing time with Chotima in front because he can't find a way around him. And you probably feels like there's more pace in his car and his driving right now. So coming into the pits, trying to open up the track for him again, makes a lot of sense. Jacquemin, who probably surprisingly for himself got the lead all of a sudden with what happened to Milana and Wessens, doing a good job there. 2.9 seconds in front of Andika Milana. So that will look really good. And Burrs and O'Hara now, as I said, he got a bit of a run on Burrs due to the mistakes Burrs did. But can he really overtake? That's still a second. And with all the damage that's probably on that car, it will not be easy to get the upper hand there.
Yeah, I'm surprised O'Hara's gaining on Burrs so much. As he's now got it down to under a second. It was almost 3 seconds at one point, so he's really gaining a lot of ground there. Chotama got some back markers in the way here, which is possibly going to cause him problems. That was a problem of his own. This is what we're talking about the heavy rain. That looked like he just caught a puddle or something there, just definitely lost the back end. Wasn't connected, just lost the back end completely, and Chotama finds himself with a very damaged Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That was a good fighting group, and to see it ending like this, but it's part of racing. We had this race in the dry and sprint race, while both Suzuka races were wet. Now they have to adapt to this new track, because it is a brand new track basically now with all the water on it. It gets a bit less, according to what ACC shows us on the screen. It says minus for the next 10 minutes and minus for 30 minutes. So if we see a drying line, things will get very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if I can't imagine people are hanging on to see if they can get dries. Surely, dry tyres on. Do you think? I don't think so. It still looks way too wet on the track to me.
It does currently, but if you might be able to drag it out a bit longer just to see the first hint of a dry line, but there's still big raindrops and everything, and yeah, the track is listed as wet, so probably not, no.
Yeah, no. Joseph Morgan made a mistake. He came into chat, by the way. He was on about in Suzuka. He came in for the pit stop and came out on dry tyres.
Yeah, we talked about
that was a problem. I hope he doesn't do the same again. Hasn't done the same again. He's got himself a 15-second penalty still from that earlier incident, though. Vessen's still running in 12th. Obviously, the first of front runners of the pit stops. Was running in first place before he went into those pits. Actually, he got knocked down to about 4th or 5th just before that pits, and obviously that lap. But we'll see where that shakes out for him. Andika Ramamalana under pressure from Luke Burst now. So Burst has put some pressure on. Has Milana made an error, or has he collected some more damage? I wonder. So keep a keen eye on this one. I can't see any damage on the front of that car. There's just that small scrape from earlier on. There is our race leader, Gakomin. But yeah, Luke Burst definitely gaining time here. He's left O'Hara behind. Whether he's just suddenly found some pace or what, I don't know. Whether he's thinking maybe going in the pits in a moment, so he's just pulled his foot down to try and gain up some of that time. We are at the halfway marker now for Mount Panorama, and I just wonder if he's going to put a bit more pressure on. Still the current fastest lap of the race, a 2:09.640 from Gakomin, the race leader. So we'll see whether it keeps on the pressure, whether he decides, okay, enough's enough, and he's going to go for the pit stop and try and go for the undercut.
Yes, it will be super interesting to see how different drivers now cope with this and decide for different strategies. Carter coming in, and none of the front runners yet decided. I wonder if they just wait for the first person to make a move and then all decide on what they want to do. Jacquemin might just stay out there as long as possible, enjoying leading laps. But someone like Andika Milana, although he has like 4 seconds to Jacquemin, so that is
Jacquemin's going faster, yeah.
Yeah, O'Hara could pit because he's 0.1 seconds onto Burrs, and depending on how good the car still is, and if he thinks like he can make a move, it might be better to just pit.
Burrs has gone in the pits, that's why. So Burrs has decided now is the time. So O'Hara will move up into 3rd place. So Burrs, we'll see where that pit stop works out for him. You're talking about it, and like at the moment, Gakomin's still going half a second a lap quicker than Andika Ramamalana. So it's absolutely working out for him at the moment. He is putting some belting times to try and maximise this lead that he has. 15-second penalty just came in for Carter. Don't know what that was for. We'll try and figure that one out. I'll keep my eye on Luke Burrs when he comes out the pits, just coming out now. Onto there, he cut across the straight into the straight pretty quick there into the mountain straight. Nobody coming though, so he falls out in 6th position. As I was talking about, there is a massive gap between the top 6 that was forming, which is why he's managed to hold that. Joseph Morgan slipping through into 13th place.
Yeah, it's like that gap obviously was created by the accidents and incidents that we had early in the race. Morgan goes a bit wide there. That will open the door for Heisey to go through, but Morgan with also 50 seconds on him already, not in the perfect spot. So, Burrs was the first front runner to come into the pits, so we'll see if his early pit stop, not early compared to the entire grid, but early for the front runners, will pay off, or if it's better right now to just run longer. I wonder if people just run longer to try and figure out if the rain will just stop. And that the track could be wet still, but it will dry off at one point if there's no rain coming in anymore, and they might just wait for that, and that will be incredible. Seeing that now, someone managing to stay out for long, then swapping for slicks, and then going out there and giving us an absolutely crazy race with different tire compounds. I would love that. I would be in for that.
I don't think it's going to happen though. I would love it. Don't get me wrong. Okay, O'Hara and Davlish Singh both in the pits.
Yeah, there's still so much rain out there.
Not ideal for Davlish Singh. Maybe wanted to get that undercut and try and make it work for him. Not going to happen this time. Ooh, both going wide there. That's Gartol and Carter, I think it was, that both went wide. Jeff Newton on the way down the hill. He's looking in good stead at the moment, trying to get in towards that top 10. Might be able to do it the way he's going. Has been putting in some decent times. Speaking of decent times, though, the man in the lead is having a great old time right now. He's on no pressure whatsoever. He's consistently lapping in the 209s, way faster than anybody else. Nobody else has got a 209 yet. He's doing every lap in the 209, so he is starting to pull a hefty lead over Rama Malana right now. So we'll see where that works out in terms of pit stops and how it all shakes out. O'Hara going to be coming out the pits. It looks like he's going to be holding his position ahead of Davlish Singh, ahead of Luke Burrs. So it is worked out so well for him so far.
Yes, I have to give it to Jacquemin. He really surprised me with the current pace he's running. Like I say, he was not really someone we had on the list due to the early races at Suzuka, where he was decent, but not a top runner. But here in the third, seems like Mount Panorama is just really what he likes as a driver. And if you could get a win here, that would be big. I would love that. Seeing different drivers on the podium is always good, but still nearly 20 minutes for him to be out there, and still didn't do his pit stop either. So it will be interesting to see if he comes in now, because Burrs and O'Hara went already for it. No, he doesn't. So we'll see at least another lap from Jacquemin. Milana would be the next one to pass it, and then Lou could come in. But let's see.
He's coming in. Rama Malana into the pits. So, as you say, it leaves just what? Luke Rose, Oscar Lou, and Jacquemin out there. So they're the only ones yet to stop. I don't see it drying out, unfortunately. We've got 20 minutes to go. It's still, while it's saying less rain, it's still rain.
Yeah,
it's still raining. Rahmat putting the pressure onto Garnham here, and really piling on the pressure, actually. Garnham may well be careful as they approach Skyline and start to head down the hill. Got to make sure you get that right, and then you get your weaves in the right place, hard on the brakes. You really ride the brakes as you go down the hill then you put a little bit of a spurt of acceleration, then you're back hard on the brakes once again down into second gear as you approach the elbow. You can see Rahmat trying to take the over-under approach effectively there, see if he could get the switch back on him, but Garnham covered that off nicely.
Yes, like there was a small chance for him to get back. That position did not work out though. But still, a good showing of both drivers. That is Chine versus Saturn that just went by. No, he's in the pits. So that could have been...
I think it's Carter, isn't it? That's at the front there, down the back.
No. Is that?
I think it was. Back there. We're back to Rahmat now. Auto's loving these two battles at the moment. Rahmat.
Makes sense, though. Makes sense.
Absolutely does. Rama Malana, 15-second penalty. Oh, no. Where did that just come from? Is that from I wonder if that was from the early incident. I wonder if that's from the Vesson incident.
Could be.
That's finally come in.
I mean, let's be real. Getting 15 seconds for
it doesn't hurt.
basically getting rid of the leader of the race. That's still good. Could have been way worse.
Yeah, absolutely. If that's all it's going to be, I think they'll take that. Jeff Newton, side by side, looks like he's got himself still the nose in though on Rahmat, who's continuing to pressure for this position. Oscar Liu and Jacquemin still the last two out there. Finally, Jacquemin's dropped out of the 209s, but only just 210.1. So even though he's still out there on all the tyres, he's the, I will say, the only driver that's done 209s. Luke Burst has finally done a 209.852 in 4th place. So he's starting to put the pressure on, and that's going to be pressure on Andika Ramamalana, who is just ahead of him.
It would be really interesting now if Jacquemin might just stay out as long as the pace of the car is still good, and he sees Molana with a 15-second penalty, so he also knows that he's not a direct threat. So he can just play it safe right now, and just trying to bring it home and play the game without risking a lot. And we know how easily you can risk way too much here on Bathurst, especially on Skyline, just going down the hill. It ended a few people's hopes and dreams about big points here in the last feature race of the day in the APAC region. So, yeah, but with the current pace, now he's doing it. If he feels alright and feels confident, let him be out there.
Vesson in the pits again. Don't know why, as he took damage. He didn't have a drive-through. Is he retiring? I don't know if he's retiring. He may be retiring.
Yeah, it could be with all the damage he had. It was just too much.
Oh, guy came in trying to get past the back marker. I think that's Schottemer actually. That maybe he's going past there. It looked like Schottemer. Schottemer had some massive damage to the front of his car. It's looking like it. Couldn't see the number. It's hard to read in the rain spray, I'm afraid, to see exactly who that was. But guy came in going past without any problems there. Still just the 3 drivers with 15-second penalties. A long way to go for them. Still no pit stop. Is he going to go in this time around? No, he's already gone past the pits. That's Shaquille. That's not the one I want to look at. It was, and he is in the pits. There he is. Guy come in. I was just about to say he's going to be coming in shortly. Did he manage to hit the limiter in time? We have. I've been impressed actually. We only had 1 stop-go penalty in Suzuka. We've had none so far here in Mount Panorama. Touch wood.
Yeah, we still have 40 minutes, so let's see if that might changes. At least you can't really get a lot of track cuts on this. Well, Gaffel is once again struggling. We saw that in Suzuka, where it kind of became an issue for some of the top runners to go through when they were lapping. Good that he stays out of the way here. I know it's hard, like you concentrate on the track, you don't want to do mistakes, and then you might overlook someone behind you and all that, so even being a back marker, it's not easy in sim racing, or racing in general. Jacquemin now finally in the pits, and Lou stood out there. Okay, so he will take the lead now, and I wonder, I expect Jacquemin to still be in the lead after the pit stops. That should be fine. And he should stay ahead of Molana, because that's also a 50-second penalty. Talk about that 50-second penalty. I think we get the replay from back then. Because there have been some technical issues. Bring that onto you, but the crew was working hard. Tight. Let's show us the replay. I want to see it. I want to see what happened between Ndika Ramamalana and Wesson, which was, I think, what, lap 3, lap 2? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, with a bit of luck. But at the moment, Garnham keeping it still ahead of Jeff Newton. They are now into the top 10, as I thought they would be once the pit stops start to shake out a little bit. Jacquemin's going to stay in the lead. However, running long has cost him. Oh, is he going to finally get this done? It looks like it. Looks like he's finally got through. Jeff Newton, at last he makes a move. It's took him probably about 5-6 laps maybe, plus that they've been trying to get that move done. It looks like he's finally managed to make it work. Wesson's coming out the pits again, so I don't know what's happened there, but he's had himself a long pit stop either way. But what I was talking about is the fact that Jacquemin went in much later, was doing some quick laps, but Whether he took a long time in the pits or what, but Ramo Milana and Luke Burst right up behind him now, just a second behind.
Yeah, it's really interesting how all of this comes together now and really changes the outlook of the race, maybe. At least, Jeff Newton still in 8th, far away from Rahmat, but might have Garnham on his back very soon, depending on the pace. But the car to watch is still Luca Giacomin, who got the lead after Milana did a mistake early on and then really showed absolute true pace on this track with a 2.9640 so far on Bathurst. Milana a bit wide there, but this is a replay. So this is how the lead for Giacomin actually came in. So Milana on Wesson, and I think he was just late on the brakes coming around here, and then he lost it on the braking, and then rear-ended Wesson.
Yeah. I mean, we thought that was what happened. By the way, looking at that replay, look at it now. Look at the rain difference. It actually has lessened quite a lot compared to now. It was heavy rain back then. Very heavy rain. So this is, earlier on, but incredible stuff. Back to it, and as you say, Ramo Milana, that's why he picked up a 15-second penalty. Somebody else just picked up a 15-second penalty, and that's Davlis Singh. So I don't know what that was for, but he's collected a 15-second penalty now as well. And that is going to hurt his race considerably. We'll see how much further that puts him back, though, and wait and see where the gaps are, the actual gaps, not the 1 lap gap. There it is, yeah. So it's actually not going to cost him a position at all. I thought there was a big gap to 7th, and it is Rashmat. So that 15-second penalty will keep him in 6th place.
Yeah, that's a nice gap to manage, if you can see that even the 50-second penalty is not really doing anything to it. But we also saw Chatima's car there, the previous green Huracan that we had on the screen, which actually with a lot of damage that will slow him further down, but he's in the top 12 still, so looking good for him while we approach the last 10 minutes, the last race today in the APAC region. Lou still out there, not giving up. He's still on all tyres.
Just keeping going, Oscar Lou. Oh, hello. There's he gone. We've seen that quite a few times on this track, haven't we? Gator will go through. I think that was Raj, was it, that just spun out there? Yes, it was. It was Deepak Raj that spun out. We've seen that quite a few times now. I think that's the third incident in that exact same corner. Raj is having a nightmare at the back.
I really wonder, like, can Lou gain any position with that? What's his current pace? 2:10.9. That's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a... well, let's have a look. Ramo Milana's on 2:10, 2:09 for Giacomin. So, I mean, we expect Giacomin to catch up. The question is, where's he going to shake out? Now, that 15-second penalty is going to hurt Singh. That may cost him, so Lou might be able to gain a spot there. We'll see.
It is a really interesting race. I'm quite happy about that. We got rain for a second race here, and we see that the same drivers once again really show that they just didn't qualify due to a mistake or being lucky, while someone went really wide. That was not Devilish Singh, obviously. That was a blue car in the background of Rahmat here.
I think it's Raj, I think.
Yeah, but Raj completely
completely
ignored the chicane and the braking point there. Comes into the pits now, probably has to repair all the damage that he picked up on the way, because the car doesn't look great at all anymore, not in good shape. So time to fix that, get the mechanics working on it. Shaquille, currently 10th, had better positions, had worse though. So for him it's really like around 10th, that's where we would expect him to be. Had some long fights in the first half or first third of the race. So he should be quite happy about that. While I hear from production that we can have the replay of how Raj managed to create that slightly adjusted and modified version of the Huracán Super Trofeo EVO2. So let's look at that. There it still looks kind of fine, I would say. All good. Up the hill. Does he lose the rear? What's the traction problem? Oh, yep, onto the curb. It slipped away already earlier, but the curb is obviously very slippery. And then just straight into the wall, and a new front bumper design was born.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few there through the park section sort of losing it. I think it's Quarry Corner, isn't it? Is that no, it's after Quarry Corner, isn't it? No, it is. But we've seen quite a few losing it in and around there. So Joseph Morgan currently running with a 15-second penalty. That's going to lose him quite a few places, down to 13th by my count. Maybe 14th if he can get a move on. He's got to be careful it doesn't cost him any more spots. Yeah, so, well, as I say that, he puts it in the wall.
Just decided to cut the chicane a tiny bit, but couldn't get the car to stop in time. Not touch the wall there. That will once again throw him back a bit, because no, it's not Chatina hit behind him, because that's 27 seconds in between, and he definitely did not lose 27 seconds. Oscarlu finally came into the pits. Let's see where he will exit them, because it's not 6th, I think.
I think he'll keep 6th. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's such a big gap to Rahmat that I think it's fine. It's kept him in that 6th spot. He may actually get 5th. I just want to see where it shakes out when he comes through. When
Yeah,
the timing
it's
sorts itself
5th.
out.
It's 5th, but 15 seconds on top. Devilish Singh, though, the gap could maybe be big enough once again.
No,
he's always going
through.
through. Yeah,
it's definitely 6th. It's definitely 6th. Ignore the in-game bit. I'm just thinking about, he's just getting 15 seconds himself. What did he get that from them? I was just waiting for the 15-second penalty, but I guess if he's got one, it doesn't matter for Devilish Singh. So Singh's happy. He's up to 5th.
Yeah, that fight is leveled out again.
That puts O'Hara into 3rd as well, because Milana's going to drop down to 4th. So
Yeah, Burst will go
O'Hara,
2nd,
yeah.
O'Hara 3rd.
Burst might actually get it by right here, the way he's going, putting the pressure on Ramo Milana as they come bombing
But
down.
do you want to risk that? The last
Conrad
5.5
straight.
minutes, Lee. 5.5 minutes. Do you really want to go side by side with Andika Ramamulana
Yes,
for a
he
second?
does.
Oh my goodness me!
Absolutely gets it done through as quick as you like there. I'm not sure if that's Ramo Milana maybe letting him have it, because he knows it's not really worth fighting for. They both get a bit slippy sideways there.
A bit of drifting action, just for the cameras. I think that is acceptable. And luckily, they all catch it just in time. So, not much time was lost. Milana now down to 3rd. As we said, O'Hara will inherit that spot and will get 3rd if it stays as it is currently. And then, it should be Milana, Devilish Singh, Lou, and then Rahmat. That's what I expect currently as the top 7, kind of. And Newton probably staying in the top 8 as well. Joseph Morgan, after his mistake down the Skyline. Car's a bit bettered, but not buttered. Don't want to put like salami on it or anything. But it's not looking good. But still, he was able to keep the spot, and he still has a fairly decent gap of 28 seconds. So with only 4 minutes on the clock, that should be more than good for him. Lucas Burrs showed us great overtaking the entire day. Have to give him that little mention here. Great racing.
Yeah, and that's got to feel good, right? Because Andika Ramamulana did him in Suzuka, and he's got his own back here in the main race, it seems. It's good. These two have been tying on the points all the way through. Obviously, Ramamulana was the point leader after Suzuka. How that's going to shake out after this main race, we will see, because obviously different results throughout, and Luke's going to be gaining some more time here. But I tell you what, Ramamulana doesn't want to give this spot up easily. Despite the 15-second penalty, he's keeping on him.
Yeah, it's really good to see the fight for the end of this race, and it seems like Milana will once again get it back here. Besides those 15 seconds, I think it's good that they put on the show. Also, Birds was not really fighting it, I think. Why would you risk it? Last 3 minutes, you don't want to spin out. You would easily spin out on this track. We saw that earlier, or touching a wall here and there, which is not great. And you just want to bring home those points, because there's still this €15,000 prize pool, 5k per region.
Oh, that was a wall.
Out there, Morgan again touching the wall, going wide. Is he catching the car? He is catching the car. No. It's a bit like Nürburgring Nordschleife crash videos. Everyone looked at it, was like, he's catching it. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, just about, almost. But yeah, okay, well, let's look back to the front runners. You can see O'Hara still with that damage. He's actually benefiting from these guys fighting. Now, on a normal day, I would say, where's that Milana fall out? He would have gone behind Davish Singh if they hadn't picked up the penalties. Don't actually know what the penalties for, especially Oscar Liu. Oscar Liu, that's a fairly new one. I don't know where he managed to pull that one from, whether he clipped a back marker or what, I don't know. But if that was the case, then that's tragedy. Speaking of tragedies, Hung-Min Chan, see you, son. He is gone off the track and into the netherworld there. As, he's hit it and spun it. Off he goes. Chotama, his front panel not looking the best. The bonnet definitely hooked up a little bit there. Who's up behind him? Luke Rose. He's had a bit of a clatter as well. There's quite a few cars damaged out here today in Mount Panorama. The rain has caught them all off a little bit with just under a minute to go. Just over a minute, sorry.
Yeah, it seems like people running out of concentration at the end of this race. 45-minute feature race that we have here. Not as long as the endurance race that we had in the first season, where we went like 2 hours, which really starts getting into you. Obviously not for all these people out there that do like 24-hour races basically every weekend in sim racing. There are those people, drivers that are absolutely incredible when it comes to that. But here it seems with 3 wet races in total. 1 sprint race, Suzuka, 1 feature race, Suzuka, and now a wet feature race at the first. It really catches on to people. 47 seconds. I think Giacomin will cross the line once more. He definitely does. No way around that. Which means we will take on 1 lap more.
1 lap more, and look at this. This is a battle for position. This is a battle for second place, with Milana taking that 15-second penalty. Andrew O'Hara's suddenly found a bit of pace. And Luke Burst, whether he made a mistake back there or what, or whether he's conserving fuel, which could be a possibility, O'Hara is gaining on him very fast. From 1 second just a moment ago down to half a second already. O'Hara is looking to see if he can get past one of his Australian compatriots and see if he can sneak on by.
It would be really crazy if O'Hara now joins this basically and gets involved. Which really turns it into a new battle. But you're right, like Burrs all of a sudden is a lot slower than previously. Is he running out of fuel? That would be incredible. We saw that in the previous season. It can happen. Yep. And wonder if that explains why it was so quick up the hill. I don't think the difference is that big, to be honest, because the car's still running. But yeah, he had a very good early race. An incredible overtaking up the hill, and now he faces Andrew O'Hara in the last lap of the race. And O'Hara, he wants to go by because that is for points, that is for championship standings in this finale. Can he get proper slipstream when they back at the bottom of the hill and then maybe pass him? Because I doubt that O'Hara will go for a move here.
No, it's going to be on the exit of Elbow. That's where it's going to look at it. And that's where Luke Burst has made some errors before. So keeping my eye on O'Hara here. So just down this section on the brakes, and then you just gently down to second gear. And this is where you need the exit. This is where you got to get it right. Because if you don't get it right, and did Luke just tap the wall there? It looked very tight, but I think he's managed to hold it on. O'Hara's going to be looking to see if he can squeeze on by. Then, but just before they get into the chase here, he's going to be on the outside first. Now he's going to see if he can get the racing line here, and then that would put him on the inside line. Can he get it done before the corner? Oh, that's a tight squeeze. I think he was as brave as he could be turning into that corner there, hoping that his rear wing didn't get clipped. But O'Hara has done it. That's going to put him into second place, taking Luke Burst, who I can only imagine has got to be running low on fuel. I can't imagine why else he's slowed down so much.
Yeah, Giacomin, he crossed the line. He will be our winner in the feature race, followed by Andika Ramamulano. Due to his 15-second penalty, will definitely drop down. That means Andrew O'Hara second, Lucas Burst third. Yeah, after what looks like saving fuel on the last lap and then giving it to Andrew O'Hara, giving the position up, because there was not much he could have done in terms of pace. Devilish Singh, he will remain fifth. No, he will not. Wait. Singh, Lu, 15 seconds plus 12.3 to Rahmat. Will Rahmat actually get fifth? Off Devilish Singh and Lu.
Did he lift that much? I don't think so. Rahmat was like 29 seconds behind at one point, so I could be amazed, unless they've had really fuel issues as well. No, okay, 35-second gap, so yeah, absolutely. Okay. Oscar Lu, though, is that going to put him behind? I mean, it's showing it in-game, but I think maybe he has. I think maybe he has. We will have to wait until they all go over the line and see what it shakes out at, because once the 15-second penalty is applied here, there, and everywhere. For Rama Malana, I think it slipped him down to 4th overall. O'Hara obviously Burst 100% sorted out here. Luke Rose battling with Chang here. Chang maybe going to try and sneak up. Can he manage to get him? They're going to go the tight right-hander. It's a shallow right-hander into tight left-hander. Is what they're looking at, but it does look like Luke Rose has lost out in that position. Chang just blasted through.
Once again overtaking the last lap. That's why we love the Lamborghini The Real Race series, because each and every time we see one of these races, people make sure that the last lap is not boring at all, and we get some more action. You said we have to apply all these 15-second penalties, and we have to check the standings afterwards, because right now, I think Andrew O'Hara will win the day. Because Andika Ramolana is getting 4th, 5th, somewhere around that. O'Hara gets 2nd. Also got a race win.
Yep.
So he should be able to get the lead in front of Molana around that. Lucas Burrs will not pass Molana in the overall standings. So I'm quite curious what will happen there and who will win the day here at the APAC group stage finals. And we will talk to the winner. That's the good thing about it. So we can actually go there and be like, so how was all that rain today?
You say that. Didn't O'Hara dodge the interview all the way through last year? I'm pretty sure it did.
Just imagine again. It's like, welcome to second season, still without Andrew O'Hara. Not talking to us. Maybe he doesn't like us. Did we do something wrong?
No, well, I mean, we weren't able to get the interview last week either, so I'm hoping. We'll see whether we can manage to squeeze something out this time around. But fantastic racing, you gotta love it, right? I mean, 2 wet races, you can't hope for anything more for us. From our side, at least, from the entertaining side, I'm sure the drivers would disagree. They're not so much of a fan of the wet racing throughout there. I gotta be honest, after the dry first race, I wasn't expecting it for the main race in Mount Panorama there.
Me neither, but I have to say, what I was missing, though, it's like, yeah, we had wet races. Wet races are great. But how about races where it starts raining in the last 10 minutes?
Yeah,
or
that's when it
races
gets
where
fun.
It stops raining. I was really hoping for that in this one. I saw, like, the rain decreasing. I was like, okay, is there a chance? Because once the dry line kicks in, this is so entertaining to watch. So I just hope that we will get that at one point throughout the season. Not today, but that didn't matter. Races were still amazing.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff. I loved it. We've had, 3 different race winners? 3 different race winners throughout the day. So with
they went 4.
Obviously, was it 4 overall? Did we
have wait. First race was won by Andrew O'Hara. No, Andika Ramamulana.
Ramamulana won the first sprint.
Then Andrew O'Hara won feature.
Yes.
Then sprint was won by Davlish Singh.
Oh, it was. I was thinking Ramamulana. It was Davlish Singh. You are correct. Yep.
So we have 4 races, 4 winners.
Love it.
That's pretty good.
And that's going to keep, obviously, the points jostling. Davlish Singh, unfortunately, I think he only picked up 5th there, didn't he, at the end there? So that's going to, he's still going to be up there. He's going to be up into the top 4, I would say, probably in terms of points. The fact that we just had different race winner once again. Guy Comin picking up himself a victory. 25 points going to him. He also got, what did he get in the sprint race? Oh, it's a whole 50 minutes ago. I'm trying to think where he was in the sprint race.
50 minutes. That's way too much for someone that does casting.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to obviously look back at the first lap as well, because there was quite a lot of incidents within the first lap where it was Heise, wasn't it? It was kind of in the way, effectively. Started out on pole position, lost out in the very first corner, lost to Ramamulana. Ramamulana then also sort of caught into position. Heise then also got in the way of O'Hara. Happen. Let's have a look at the start, Rene. Look at this.
Yeah, that's Andika Ramamulana's cockpit shot, and you can see already it wasn't as sunny and easy as it had been in the sprint race, and that is a lot of water spray once again. Yeah, it's really hard to even see a Burrs up the front. That's turn 1. Burrs stepped a bit back, which obviously stopped Milana's way going forward. But I think Morgan on the outside didn't really get anything going. And you see that here, how they already spread going wide and trying to get out of the water spray. But I have to give it to Milana. He stayed calm and collected there. He just tried to bring the car through. But here were the first chance to really dive up the inside and gain some positions.
Yeah, and that's where Heise went wide, and then he came clattering back in. A few other people get caught out there. O'Hara ends up behind. It's actually Gakumin. Gakumin's in sixth there as well, so he really did well to work his way through, didn't he? To get himself in that position. And Dika Ramabalana sort of jostling through. There you see Heise going backwards, and this is where O'Hara catches him, I think. That's where he picks up the damage in just a moment.
Yeah, it was a devastating start for them. No one wants to see that in the beginning, and you want to get into the race and feel confident in the car again with the new conditions. As we talked about, sprint race was all dry, perfect weather conditions, and then it was the first curb, and everyone kind of slid across
that
it.
Was the turn, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't enough for one of the drivers because the rear slipped away, and then the big gap was created. You see that here.
So that's where Heise went. That's where O'Hara took the damage. And then obviously Vesson gets ahead. Rama Milan did a great job overtaking Burst at the start, by the way, but obviously that was where I think it's the following lap where he actually catches Vesson in the back.
Yeah, I think that was lap 2. I mean, Milan had a great start. He came from 5th, right? He was already up to 3rd.
Yeah.
And had Burst in front of him. We saw Burst with great overtaking this evening, or this day's not evening for us just yet. But he was really doing well there when it came to proper fights. But it was Chuck him in the end. Like, that's the orange car that you see in the background that just played it well. He stayed out of any trouble.
He did exactly what Simonini said, didn't he? Simonini, sorry. Just 99% the first lap. That's what he did. Just kept himself in it, kept himself in position, waited for his opportunities, and took them as they came. And he was the quickest. There's no doubt about it. Like, while obviously he got first and maybe took some opportunities, and this was a brilliant opportunity. This is Rama Milana and Guckerman both getting past Luke Burst. That's where he lost his positions. And yeah, Giacomin, just brilliant overall. He was lapping faster than anyone else, by far.
Yeah, he did a great job when he came to the first. Seems like that was the race he was waiting for. Suzuka not that good, but here in Australia, you could really show his true pace, and he absolutely deserved the win here. Even though I would have loved to see a fight between him and Dika Ramamulana for a bit longer. I think that would have been very entertaining. But even without that, we had so much action on the track that we will definitely not complain about it.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, you can't complain. I mean, night and day in comparison to, say, last season where we saw O'Hara running away from it. This time he's definitely been under pressure. There's no doubt about it. The competition's got stiffer. I said the same thing for EMEA. The competition is a lot higher as well. There's more drivers of his level, of his caliber that are challenging him out there, which is often what happens. The money is out there. Put your money where your mouth is, literally. You could see the dry line, by the way, there. I actually didn't notice that in the race. You can start to see the dry line starting to come through. I say dry line, less wet line.
Yeah, there was still so much water on the track, and like I said, I was hoping for it to dry off a bit, but it was just terrain still. So that's how it is, and we're still okay with that. At least it did not change that often for drivers, because if it would have dried off, and people had already pit stops and were back out on wets, this could have gone even crazier than it already did, because then someone like Lou, who stayed out for ages basically, could have opted for slicks and then maybe changed the entire outcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were debating when people were staying out as long and late as they could. Still, Lou managed to get himself, I think it was 6th place overall. So he did. I mean, if you look at it now, he's in 6th place already, along with Davrish Singh. So both of them sort of benefited a little bit from the late. For Singh, it was an early stop. For Lou, it was a late stop. They both sort of shook out. There wasn't too much of a difference, it seems, here. This is the start of the 3rd lap. This is where, towards the end of, or at the elbow, where Ram Malana connects with Vesson. I got a feel for Vesson a bit, because he was doing well up until that point. I feel, yes, had possibly braked a little sharper than Milana was maybe expecting, which is why Milana ended up locking up. It's a bit of everything really, but at the end of the day, if a car goes at the back of you, it ain't your fault.
That's true. There was not much that West could have done Even like normally you can say, if you really want to avoid it and you see it at the right moment, there is a chance to maybe open steering, try to get out of the way, right? Even if you sacrifice your own turn there, but there's just not enough space. Where do you want to go with the car? Wherever he would have wanted to go, he would have needed to go all the way outside without rolling into the corner, which was too late there anyway. So not much that could be have avoided there, and unfortunately that kind of ended Weston's run for a top spot here. But let's have a look at the standings for Mount Panorama. Is it Mount Panorama or is it overall standings? Let's look at this. This is Mount Panorama only. 35 points for Luca Giacomin. Really good job there. That's 5 more than Andrew O'Hara, and then Devilish Singh to round up the top 3.
Yeah, so this is obviously the sprint and the main race combined. So some good points, no doubt about it. 20 plus points for the top 5. They're all going to be happy because they're all tight chasing pack. Joseph Morgan's probably going to be the most annoyed with himself there, as well as Oscar Liu. He's probably going to feel he could have got a bit more from that. Joseph Morgan, yeah, definitely lost out. He was clattered, if you remember, in I think it was the first lap. Yeah. He got caught. So again, it cost him dearly, just like it did in the first race in Suzuka.
It is still a hard grid to race in. There are a lot of very talented people. It's a high skill level, and if you want to be within the top 15, you really have to work hard for this, and you have to practice a lot and dial in your car for these races. And then the races, everyone being aggressive, not many races. It's not like a long season of Formula 1, 22 races, where you could be like, not scoring today, we'll score next week. That's not the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. Luca's in the chat, by the way. I'd love to know how we actually do pronounce his surname. I think we've had four or five different ways of saying his surname. I'm sure someone out there will be able to correct us, get his phonetically correct. Hopefully we can get it as right as quick as we can. A very experienced driver, but they had a great day here at Suzuka overall. And the overall points wise, it's going to be close, I would say, because of obviously some drivers like Dika Rambalana and I gotta wonder. I wonder if Lucas Burrs is maybe up in the top now, because obviously he had a great race in both Suzuka and Mount Panorama.
He did not win, but he was always among the top people. So it will be interesting to see if that was enough to overcome, for example, Dika Rambalana, who didn't score that well when it comes to the thirds to Mount Panorama. So it's a little shake-up, but enough of us like guessing who might be in the lead, who could be out on top. Let's see it in the day standings, combined scoring from Suzuka and Mount Panorama, and it is Andrew O'Hara, 59 points in front of Ndika Ramamulana, 56, and then Luca Giacomin. I mean, he came to third now, which is good. Lucas Spears, I have to say, I expected to have him in the top 3 with the points, but O'Hara will once again be very happy.
Yeah, it's just not getting that race win, isn't it? That's what's costing me. But he's been very consistent, which is what I love to see. The top 6, it's certainly the top 5, definitely starting to stretch away a little bit there. Definitely for that 6th spot looking pretty tight between Rahmat and Wesson. Wesson, who could be very annoyed with himself, not with himself, or with Raman Balana maybe today. Oscar Liu and Joseph Morgan also up there challenging. But O'Hara, I mean, man, the consistent man. He was the champion last season and finds himself with just a tiny little lead. Definitely a lot tighter than it was last season, no doubt about it for him, especially considering he had to carry damage, remember, through all 45 minutes of that race after Heiser getting in his way, effectively spinning out, which, in fairness to Heiser, we saw probably about 4 people in this exact same spot spinning out for unforced errors.
Yeah, that's true. It is a tight spot there, getting the car through on that speed that they carry there. Not easy at all, but have to say, Andrew O'Hara, it's just showing that you don't have to be a race winner. You can just be in the race, you know, which is the weird thing about motorsport in general, right? It's like if this would be football, someone would have to win and someone would have to lose, but Andrew O'Hara is just consistent across the different races, scoring the most.
Yeah, absolutely is. You can't hope for more than that. You know, he got himself his one win today in the sprint race. Could have potentially gone further. I mean, honestly, that last overtake, you think of it now, that last overtake of Lucas Burst in the last lap obviously benefited him greatly there with Deacon Ramalana already having that 15-second penalty. So that basically got him from what was fourth. The penalty came in, got that overtake, gets himself second, gets himself 18 points out of nowhere when he was looking at a lot less. So, you know, fantastic job from him overall.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that we'll see more from him going forward in the season. And I'm not surprised to see Andrew O'Hara once again among the top drivers, although I was expecting someone else at the top of the list today. But that just happens. If someone is not winning, you're not really having all those points on your mind. How he gets that. But I know that production is already hard working at getting Andrew O'Hara in our interview. And that might be a moment to celebrate then. If they do, that's something that we couldn't achieve from the first season.
You think we're going to get one this year? You think we're going to get one?
Positive.
I mean, we had what, eight chances at it last season, and he managed to dodge it every time.
There. Maybe he was like, I won so often last time. I should be out there, tell people about it. So it could happen. I would be okay with it. I think that's really good.
I'm just waiting for there's no interview. It will come through.
Said that just yet.
No. I mean, let's look forward to next week as well. Let's talk about that because we have North America and Latin America coming up next week. That is going to be on Laguna Seca and Brands Hatch, which I was a little surprised at. Obviously, I would say unfortunate timing for the Americas add-on to come out, for the DLC to come out for Assetto Corsa, because obviously the schedule had already been put in place. It would have been great to go to some of those tracks, but it was a bit last minute when it sort of came out as literally the schedule had been announced.
Yeah, it's like, it is what it is, right? It's like you can't always go in there and change everything, but I'm really looking forward to Brands Hatch. Absolutely love that track. I think it's really cool. Laguna Seca is to bring the corkscrew, but more important than the corkscrew, it brings the last turn on the start-finish stretch, which is, I think, a great overtaking opportunity. So I'm looking forward to the two races that we will have there. Same format, obviously. It's 50-minute sprint race, then 45-minute feature race, with the top 8 being reversed. And I have to say, group stage, APAC 2, that's something I look forward to, because we're actually visiting Nürburgring.
Yeah, just down the road from you.
Yes, I love that.
literally.
It's more than one road, though. I actually have to.
You do need to make a turn or two
Yes.
before you get to it. Yeah. It's only a couple though. It's about 5 miles from the circuit at the most, I would say. But yeah, obviously we were looking at next week. You know, I'm excited to see how that goes. If you remember last season, that was the one championship that went down to the last race. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring once again in North America and Latin America drivers. It was Henderson, wasn't it, that challenged out, that lost out in the end as well. So some fantastic racing last season throughout that region. Talking about Brands Hatch, that was the first racetrack I ever went to as a child.
Oh, was it?
It was the first one. It was a Formula One back when it was that long ago.
So for you, that was like 1954.
Not quite. Actually, I think it was 86, maybe. So
Was it?
maybe before you were born.
Yeah. So wait. So you saw your first motorsport live before I was born. Yeah. I was
So
born
it
88.
was Nelson, Piquet, and Nigel Mansell at Williams. So that's and it was the year that I think Piquet won it. I think that year.
Okay.
And I think Mansell won it the following year. It was when he was Red 5 back then. So that was a long time ago. I think it was actually the last year Brands Hatch had the Formula 1 before it went to Silverstone as well.
I can't
So
remember
that's
any
how many
time
years
where
ago it
Brands
was.
Hatch was on the scale. I obviously remember
Exactly, yeah.
things like San Marino being on the schedule, but only due to Grand Prix. Okay. We should talk about the games.
Look, they're pretty old games. I don't think anyone really... They're not exactly a rival these days.
No,
let's put it that way.
I doubt that Geoff is coming back with the title now. I would be very surprised. But yeah, it's what you grew up with, right? It's like some of the new Formula 1 tracks I have no connection to because I've never seen them in my entire life.
Yeah,
but I
that's
still
it,
know
yeah.
the old ones that were probably before my time, actually. So it is quite interesting. But yeah, with you then, we have a Brands Hatch expert there. That's really good.
I'm not sure about that. I think I was probably like 6 years old, maybe, or something like that.
I expect like all the history of the track next time we go live. If you wonder, why are we still talking, not bringing on the interview? Because they're just setting up the webcam with Andrew O'Hara. It is really happening. Clip this, everyone. Andrew O'Hara in an interview.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether he actually gets it working or not first.
He will. Why you never?
We got confidence.
Be positive.
All right, I'm positive. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And when I see him joining the room, I can see him below in the interview room. So maybe I'm feeling confident.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm absolutely certain about that, and I'm really happy about it.
Joseph's offering himself as a backup. Joseph Morgan. So if we need an interview, he's there. He needs it.
He can tell us how hard are the walls really.
That's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh. I mean, it wasn't his fault. The first accident wasn't his fault at all.
It is what it is. Someone has to tell us about it. It's about storylines in motorsport. I'm really sorry.
Although the second time, we did catch him bin it, didn't we? Yeah,
we definitely did. So let's hope that Andrew gets ready soon so we hear from the day winner of the APAC region of the first group part.
Driver of the day.
Is it then driver of the day? Yeah. But the driver of the day could have been Luke Rice.
I mean, he got the most points of the day.
But driver of the day.
Over 4 races. It's kind of driver of the day. I mean,
all right. I was just talking about all the cool overtaking maneuvers, but fine.
He did an overtake maneuver. He took over Lucas Burson right at the end.
I was talking about Lucas Burson being the coolest because he had so many cool overtaking maneuvers.
He did have quite a few, but he also got overtaken by O'Hara and DK Round Milan.
Okay, not throw a name into this anymore.
And Gianco. Guy Coman. We ended up going with him.
So I have no clue by now. So many different versions of it.
Coman, maybe it's Italian, so. I mean, he's Australian himself, but I gotta assume Luca Giacomin's a pretty Italian-sounding name, so he must have heritage there. We'll have to get his name.
It's a lot of guessing game right now for Lee.
If you're in chat, we'll tap you up. Hey, I had Artur Kuchuk. We never got his name right last time. EMEA, he's back again. So as soon as I saw it, I was like, no, we figured the pronunciation on this, and I forgot it already. Yeah.
But it's really hard. It's like we're all different names. And we don't do that on purpose, mispronouncing your names out there.
No.
Just so that you know. We really try our best. And sometimes we adjust it during the actual race because then I hear Lee saying something, and I'm like, oh, that might be right. That's an interesting option.
I mean, I wouldn't go with what I say half the time because my pronunciation of names generally butchers them completely.
Really? What does Nikodem Wisniewski say about that?
Nikodem Wisniewski, yeah.
Also known as Wisniewski.
I mean, Polish names can be tricky. That's all I'm saying. You never quite know on them.
So, production told us we try another minute as currently Andrew O'Hara does not hear us. I think they can fix that. Come on. I want to talk to him.
He doesn't hear us. He's in a different channel.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't hear production in the channel.
Oh, okay, that's a problem.
So he doesn't hear us. Like, yeah, there's a reason for that.
There's a damn good reason for that. Yeah,
that would have been a fun way. It's like he can't hear you. Not surprised though. Not yet in the channel. Let's see if they can bring it up. Brands Hatch, and what was the other track? Laguna Seca.
Laguna Seca, by the way.
See that last.
It's a track that I always feel Laguna Seca is a track that is better in reverse. You ever tried it in reverse? No, you go the other way around. Go anti-clockwise. Actually, no, you go clockwise on Laguna Seca instead of anti-clockwise. Yes. It's better. I'm telling you, it's better. Just race it.
Really?
Yeah, no. Honestly, I feel it's so much better. You go up
the corkscrew kind of crazy.
Yeah, you go up it, so and then you go down, and it just feels better. I don't know why. Anybody else?
You think they did it wrong?
I think they just need to change it and just say, just turn the track around, boys. We're going the other way. Turn all the seats have to shuffle to the left instead of the right.
How many people do we get to sign a petition to the US organizer to do the track the other way around? Also, they would change some of the fencing, obviously, then.
Yeah, there's quite a lot that needs
it's
changing.
not that easy. Not, it's like in simulations where it can just be like, oh, we try it the other way around.
Yeah,
Although,
we're just racing reverse.
Did you know that there is a race event that does part of Nordschleife in reverse?
Oh, really? Oh, that one I'm not sure
about. Eifel
about.
Rally Festival, and one of their stages is actually the Nordschleife, but they drive it the wrong way around.
That I can't imagine. That would be. I mean, I guess the barriers are kind of
Doesn't really matter.
They're flat, right? It doesn't really matter. Yeah, they're pretty flat barriers, so it's not like they're pointed.
Keep in mind that it's like X-Müller, where you drive up like this, basically. Really, it's like you really hard up. Jumping down that, so that is kind of heavy. But I just got moved into the channel, so I stopped talking about driving in reverse tracks, and instead we talked to Andrew O'Hara. Andrew, can you hear us? Yes, we hear you, and we got you on screen. This is the big moment in my career now, Andrew. You're finally on camera.
It's a year in the making, this is. I mean, he dodged us throughout the entirety of last season. Blackout. So apparently the stream can't hear what you say, but they can. You can, so that's fine. We can translate what you say.
Would you do that this time?
Yeah. Well, Andrew, let's start off. Driver of the day. It's been way more competitive, I think it's safe to say, at the start of this season than it was last year. Just so everyone didn't hear that. I don't know if they did. I assume they didn't. It basically said, yes, obviously reverse grid has helped out a lot, made it more competitive. In terms of what he means is he hasn't started from pole and hot lap the race. Is basically what happened last season. But it was interesting to see, obviously, Suzuka as well. A race that you had a very tight finish on last season. I think it was Olgorodnikov on the turn 15, wasn't it, that came off and sort of connected with each other, and it was a bit of a disaster on the last lap after a 2-hour endurance. Thankfully, wasn't as heated for you this time around. Did you? So, and I want to get back to that, because so basically what he just said is he took out Davlish, saying that's where the 15-second penalty reverse grid obviously turned around. Now, I don't know if you realise this, Andrew. As it was, there was a battle for 8th and 9th happening, and 9th place punted 8th place out the way. He then obviously got launched down to like 11th. That guy got a 15-second penalty, which is what put you on pole position for the start of the main race. So yeah, he basically was looking for that. Rene, what do you want to ask him? What do you want to ask him, mate?
Yeah, well,
we've been waiting a year for this. We've been waiting a year for this. Come on.
Starstruck. Don't know what to ask. Andrew, tell us, there's another event coming up for you, obviously. And I already talked about it because I really like that Nürburgring is on it. How do you feel about the tracks that are coming up next? Like, is that something that favours you, or will it be hard work?
Yep.
Yeah. It is, yes. Last time it wasn't enough to get John Sherrod basically in the end of the podium there. What's your plan this season? Do you do anything different in approaching this? Alright, we'll quickly, once again, repeat that, obviously. We asked you about Nürburgring, the upcoming track. You said you liked it, although you didn't know yet it was on the schedule for the next APAC group stage. But it will be, so he says you like it, so it might be favourite on that. We will see. But he also reminded us that the Super Trofeo EVO2 is a tad harder to drive than GT3s because more power, a bit less traction, I have to say. So you will have to adjust from your normal driving. I really appreciate you taking the time and building all of this now, Andrew, to join us for the interview. It might not be your last, so don't throw away the setup.
Can I squeeze in one question? I want to squeeze in one more question because I want to ask him about, obviously, the overtake at the end there. Obviously on Mount Panorama, you took damage in the, I think it was the first lap, wasn't it? You took damage from, I think it was Heiser that spun in front of you. No way you could go there. I think you took damage on that. Do you think Lucas burst low on fuel or what? Because he suddenly dropped off. The last 2 laps, he dropped right off. I mean, it looked great. Don't get me wrong. We spotted it about 2 laps out, and we thought, hello, O'Hara's gaining massively here. You really carved the time down. But yeah, I guess it was. He had to be low on fuel, which in fairness, I think was probably a bit of revenge because the amount of time you went so fast and far ahead of everyone else, they weren't expecting that extra lap and caught. I remember it caught about 3 people out last season for fuel. So for going that extra lap when you went too quick, they weren't quite ready for it. But yeah, honestly, Andrew, fantastic. Great to see you. I mean, we saw it coming in. We were like, O'Hara's back here again. Is he going to be the top driver? You had it much harder, but you're there once again, aren't you?
That's a great thing then. Thanks for joining us, Andrew, and have a great day. Still a great remainder of the weekend for you. Yeah, thank you very much. And that leads us to the end of APAC Group Stage number 1, kinda. We will obviously return next week already with Nala region. So you don't have to wait that much longer for racing action. Will be on Sunday again. Same stream, same location, same YouTube channel that we're on. Be ready for that one because that's a whole new group of drivers. So new storylines to go through, new favorites to see. Your favorites that might do a mistake, we don't know. So that will be on the 27th. I'm still not sure about 27th because 27th for me is a Wednesday, and I think it's the 24th. That the Nala
would
region
make sense. That would make sense.
Should be on. Yeah. So might be wrong, might be right. I think I'm right. Quite confident.
Every other race is on a Sunday, so I've got to assume it's the 24th.
I'm quite confident on that one. Not true though. The 4th will also be a Wednesday. So
no.
Did they change? No one told us. Be prepared for Sunday. Because if you're prepared for Sunday and it's the Wednesday after, still fine. You didn't miss any of the action. So you will be all right. Lee, once again, thanks for joining me on this trip. Hope you had a great day.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Love the racing. We got lucky with the 2 races in the wet as well. But yeah, a lot of action. The format this season has been fantastic so far. Obviously, Andrew just alluded to it there as well. Not that you guys heard him. But he said the format has definitely helped it be way more entertaining with the reverse grid, etc. And I'm sure you've had a hand in that, Rene.
We call it format positivity. That's what we do. We will return with Lamborghini, the real race, and the Nala region next time around. So be prepared for that. My name is Rene, and I see you guys next time.